potentials and various capacities. And this is a great community. This is the idea behind this kind of concept, that when African young people convene together to debate, it's not just a competition. It's more about sharing the resources that we have among us. It's about building connections that we can leverage on to get this continent up and running. So I have been requested to give you a small background talk to set the tone for today's debate on how African governments can champion locally led development. So allow me give you just a few thoughts. I'll not take a lot of your time because I'm told time is a factor here today. Any talk of development only gained prominence from the 1950s onwards. We all know that after the world was ravaged by the 2 world wars, they called them world wars, but some of us are still skeptical whether these were world wars, because we wonder why Africa participated in these wars. We need to reflect on that. So state-led development characterized the period between 1950s and 1980s, and this is the time when we are talking about 3 worlds. The first world, talking about the capitalist West. Then there was the socialist world, characterized by central planning and communism. And then Africa constituted what we call the third world. This was the time when development was guided by conceptions around modernization, structuralist managed market economy, and the state was so actively involved in shaping the development agenda. But then between 1980s and 2000s, we saw a shift in the approach to development. This was the period of market-led development, market-led economies, as guided by neoliberal policies. Of course, at the beginning of all that, there was a convention that you call the Washington Consensus. This was a consensus, apparently, of all global economies coming together to develop an agenda for the next so many decades. Africa's role in all these conventions were quite minimal, but we were eager to adopt all these policies and implemented them the way they were. This was the period when development paradigm was shaped by new conceptions, such as the human development approach, where the focus then shifted more to the quality of human life rather than just economic growth as measured by the GDP and GNP. We also heard of new conceptions emerging, such as the capability approach, whereby the focus then shifted to enabling people to live a fulfilling life. And this kind of resonates with the research we are doing currently at KAPSI, where we are looking at dignified and fulfilling work for young people. The 11th president of the World Bank, Robert Zoellick, had this to say around 1989, because he said, this is the end of the third world. 1989 saw the end of the second world with the communist demise. We are now in a new era, fast evolving multipolar world economy, in which some developing countries are emerging as economic powers, others are moving towards becoming additional poles of growth, and some are struggling to attain their potential within this system, where North and South, East and West are now points on a compass, not economic destinies. I want to give you a background on local-led economic development. Community development, as we know it today, did not start just the other day. It existed so many years ago. It predated pre-colonial times, where we had indigenous communities engaged on self-determined development, guided by traditional knowledge and practices. This was already happening. If we reflect back on our communities back home, where we come from, there's a lot of history there, most of it unwritten in oral history, where you realize that people had a sense of mobilizing and addressing the challenges that faced them. We also had a period between the 18th and 19th centuries, which was characterized by mutual aid societies. These were community-based organizations providing financial, social, and emotional support. We are doing research on philanthropy currently, and there's been a debate that the literature and debates on philanthropy as we know it today are mostly shaped by Western narratives. If you ask people whether philanthropy exists in African societies, most of them will struggle to tell you whether it does or not, while others would outrightly tell you it doesn't. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have colleagues here from Southern Africa region. We have this concept of Ubuntu. The conception of Ubuntu is nothing other than I am because you are. I am my sister's keeper. I am my brother's keeper. And people practice this in the way community resources are mobilized, organized, and distributed among them, but also in terms of the way that they care for their neighborhoods. If I come closer here in East Africa, we have colleagues here from Kenya. When you talk about Harambee, you know what Harambee is all about. Together, we can achieve. If you cross to Tanzania, you talk about Ujamaa. You come to Uganda, we have something called Bulungi Bwansi. You go to Rwanda, they practice something called Umuganda, where people come together routinely to take care of their neighborhoods. You go to Ethiopia, there were always traditional systems, mutual aid system, where they would collect resources to support the needy, the Idir movement. You go to Burundi, they talk about, I think, Ibikora Rukanzi or something like that. I mean, there are all sorts of examples of philanthropy. Yet, this is not documented in as far as Africa is concerned. Then there came the cooperative movements up to the 20th centuries, and community development programs, therefore, emerged and became stronger and stronger between 1950s and 1960s. Government programs began to focus more on rural development, and these were addressed through infrastructural and social services. But then between 1970s and 80s, emphasis was placed on community participation, and words such as empowerment began to emerge, and grassroots decision-making became very central. Participatory development then progressed into conceptions of sustainable livelihoods in the 90s, and then we saw the rise of asset-based community development. What are some of the milestones from these developments over the years? That today, we talk about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We talk about the Paris Agreement 2015, looking at issues of climate change. We are looking at feminist and intersectional perspectives, both in literature and practice, and also lots of social movements and activism. Now, how can African governments push this forward? Africa has got a young and growing population, with over 60% of these under the age of 25. But Africa as you all know, is also paradoxically endowed with numerous resources, and yet we continue to wallow in poverty and want. Our land is fertile. Africa is home to a growing middle class with a significant consumer spending. So African governments could try about 5 things. Firstly, we need to empower local communities through decentralization and community-led development. We also need to foster locally led economic development through promotion of micro and small enterprises. We need to promote transparency and accountability through open data sharing, citizen engagement. We need to leverage on international partnerships through South-South cooperation, international development partnerships, and global knowledge sharing. We are here, and I believe some of you are going to be the leaders in your country tomorrow at very high levels. If only we could maintain the spirit and the drive, the gelling factor that brings us to such events, even when we get up there, things would change for this continent. So what can young people do? This is really my final point. Young people can get involved in a number of ways. Through entrepreneurship, you can start local businesses that address local needs, that create jobs, but also that can stimulate economic growth. You need to innovate and adapt, develop innovative solutions to local challenges while adopting global ideas. Knowledge sharing is the way to go. The second thing young people can do is skills development. You need to acquire relevant skills in areas like technology, agriculture, craftsmanship, and others. Young people should engage in the community. You need to volunteer and participate, helping identify and address local needs. Advocate for change, advocate for policies that are transformative. We need to leverage on technology to innovate solutions to problems around you. So I leave these as challenges to you. As you debate, let the debate form the basis to inspire us. Let the debate help us to set boundaries. Let the debate help us to open new grounds such that we walk away from this event more inspired, more energized, and more focused. I want to leave it there in the interest of time, and I thank you all for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for those wonderful words of knowledge and wisdom. And I believe to all those that have been listening, at some point you triggered to try to think as a young person, how can you locally create change in our different countries that we're coming through? Before I introduce the panel, I would love, given that we have been blessed to listen to Doctor, and our minds have been triggered, to give this opportunity to a beautiful lady that would love to be part of my panel, that feels they have something they would love to share, an idea that is running in their minds. I would love to give them the platform to volunteer and be part of my panel before I introduce the rest of the panelists. Any beautiful ladies, the beautiful ladies in the house? Make your country or institution proud by volunteering to be part of the panel. Thank you very much. Let me first get my beautiful ladies' details. I need to give her a grand introduction, so let me first get her details, and I'll introduce the rest of the panel. All right. Since I now know my beautiful lady's details, allow me to introduce the members of the panel. And first and foremost, our first panelist is still going to be Dr. Okech Moses. Request you to kindly take your seat. My second panelist is going to be a beautiful lady from Zimbabwe, Madame Providence. You're most welcome. Please request that you take your seat. And my third panelist is going to be Mr. Kawe Thomas Zimula Mugwanya. Please take your seat. My dear panelists, we have 20 minutes to get this done. And before I welcome your ideas, allow me to make this announcement. Dear all participants, if you haven't yet registered on AfriTab, please do register. Check those that registered, check whether your team details are right. Oh, my sincere apologies. CAP gave me an announcement, and with that announcement, I had forgotten a very important panelist, because the panelist is still also part of CAP. Allow me welcome Mr. Seth. I don't know if I pronounced that name right. I've tried to practice it since yesterday, but you'll forgive me if I pronounced it wrongly. From South Africa, please take your seat. My dear panelists, we have roughly 30 minutes or less because CAP wants to start the rounds, and I've been notified that the teams we are waiting for have actually arrived. So each speaker is going to have 5 minutes to tell us what is their take on how the youth or African countries, the governments of African countries, can actually locally develop their countries and create change. I am going to begin with the one on my extreme right, Madame Prudence. What is your take on how the youth and African governments can locally lead development? Thank you.
Hi everyone. I think youth engagement, especially within African countries, has to be depoliticized. I think currently a lot of youth that are being engaged are sort of being put in a situation where they have to defend political parties or ideologies without necessarily being engaged in such a manner that they are able to make contributions to their society and to their economies without having any ties to government. That cleared and said, I think one way of engaging the youth is obviously through tournaments such as this one, where people can come together and the debates that are being had aren't just for the sake of competition, but also for the sake of discussing pertinent issues that are going on within the African context and how those can be fixed. And then within universities, I think there needs to be greater focus on helping the youth develop skills that are global and that enable them to engage with global communities instead of just being stuck on education practices that do not necessarily help them to engage with the wider community. So I think when those skills have been developed, I think only then are the youth able to make meaningful discussions, come up with creative solutions to problems affecting the world, and ultimately make meaningful contributions to the economies and the societies that they are part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually resonate, and as the entire OGCOM of PADC 2024, resonate when you say that there is need for us taking what we actually debate in what we say in debate rooms beyond just debate, and actually ensure that these ideas lead to significant and physical, tangible things that we do in society. That is why, as the organizing committee, for all the debate rounds we are going to have, we are going to have rapporteurs, and we'll have a comprehensive report on the ideas that are going to come out of all the brilliant minds that are here, and see how these ideas can actually be brought to life and have our countries develop. Thank you very much, Madam Providence, for that wonderful submission. Allow me to welcome Mr. Theth to give us his take. Seth, you're most welcome. Sorry, I need to have extra lessons to learn how to pronounce your name right.
Thank you. So my name is Sesh. Full name is Sesharin, but I think it's completely fine. So talking about how we can, as a youth, better engage, I think we need to firstly look at the context of Africa. The first thing that we need to look at is how businesses interact with the economy and how government interact with the economy. Most cases, in most businesses and entrepreneurs, they are informal businesses and don't necessarily be taxed, or in a way that is, it is supposed a more informal way. I think a more positive aspect or more positive way to try to engage community or entrepreneurs is to make sure that they start going to more formal aspects of the economy in order so more taxation can happen and given to government. But the biggest problem with this is that I think there is a correlation between how people view the government in a lot of African countries and talk about corruption and a loss of faith. So when you look at more, let's say, developed countries, there's higher taxation and better regulation of the of businesses, but the impact of this is that there's better services. The problem with a lot of, let's say, African countries is that when there's a loss of faith in government and service delivery, we're less likely to want to give taxation or give up money for tax. So I think then what we need to have clear goals is to make sure that there's some kind of accountability what government do with the money, because when you have other reports such as how the US runs accountability and how they have news outlets, you also have news outlets in the UK when there's some kind of corruption. And I think our corruption is far more financially impactful on people, because when you have schools and you have government need to pay for schools and hospitals, that's far more impactful than when you have someone, like for example in the UK, when the Prime Minister is having a party during COVID, and they think that is a really big thing of corruption. So what is then the difference between UK, or the developed countries and African countries, is that the impact of how government spends the money has a clear impact on what people receive on the other end. I think South Africa has a really big disparity in wealth, and when it has big disparity between wealth and the poor. So I think the way forward would need to be greater transparency from government where the money is going to, and people more likely to opt in into a more regulated and formal economy. So there's more taxation, that means more money in the economy, but government is doing something with that money. I think when NGOs come in, they fill up that gap in Africa, where government is supposed to be helping the people, where NGOs are filling that gap where people have lost faith. So I think there needs to be a greater accountability, greater transparency for government, but also people being able to question government more freely and to ask where this money going to, and to be more confident about where and who they're voting for. Yeah, so that's me.
Thank you very much. And I do understand when you're actually transparent on how these funds that are gotten from taxation are spent, people will actually have no problem with paying high taxes because they feel there is value for their money. So I literally agree with you when you say that there is need for transparency and accountability. Love to go to my next panelist, Mr. Thomas. What's your take on our topic of discussion today?
Morning. Mine would be, it is all about governance. I believe when in Africa, if governance was proper, everything, all problems, most problems would be solved. Because we have lacking governance when it comes to the government itself, the leaders there, they neglect their duties, misuse taxes of the local people, and the local people end up not wanting to pay more taxes, or they feel now the burden becomes heavier because they are trying their level best to do their duty as a citizen, which is one, pay taxes, and the government officials are always misusing the funds. But again, then we have to look at the fact that most governments do not care about what other people's input that are not in those powerful positions. As we said here, we are going to discuss a lot of things during this 1 week. A report is going to be made, but will there be a person that will come and say, no, they discussed something crucial, the debaters came up with solutions, let us consider the report. Or when they are passing policies, do they consider the youth? And we as the youth also, are we more inclined into the politics of the country, or are we more of the policy revision people? Like, are we more focused on the policies, revision of policies, or are we more of where do I get, how do I benefit from the system? How do I tap into that system, other than looking where is the country going, how are we moving forward? I believe that is the question we should ask ourselves, and have some self-evaluation, and also reflect on where we are heading as African countries, if we are moving forward, if we can reach a point where senators that are, because when you look at how the US does its things, or UK, after giving you money and spending it, you have to appear to a panel and a committee and explain how you utilize the money, regardless of your position in the country. You are answerable to the people. You have to tell them, and usually you are dismissed from offices. But how many people can be dismissed in African countries because they misused funds? Are we serious enough about where we are going, or we are living in the now? As I am a chemical engineer, and usually in chemical engineering we look at sustainable development. The resources we have now and the way we utilize them, are we engaging in a sustainable development that we use what we need and leave some for the future, or we are just now going to just finish everything and leave the people ahead in danger? Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And from your submission, get to understand that there is also need for the actors in government, or the bodies that have the power to actually actualize the ideas that would lead to development, take youth's participation serious, or even their ideas that are submitted, attach value to them. And I unintentionally or intentionally had to have Dr. Moses speak last, as a member of one of the possible maybe actors that would actually participate in actualizing these youth ideas. What would be your take from all the submissions that we have gotten from the youth on this panel today? How do these actors or governments, how best can they attach value to the youth's ideas and support them in contributing to the locally initiated change? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my take really is that African governments need to awaken, to wake up, and we need to focus on the youth. We need more youth leadership. Youth leadership has been ignored for a long while. Youth are being engaged and involved. But when you're involved in something that's already ongoing, you do not have the powers to change so many things. But we do realize through research that most global economies of today are actually being driven by innovations from the young people. Today we use things like TikTok, we use Facebook, all these social media apps, we have banking apps, but the youth remain invisible, and yet their roles were crucial in the founding and innovation of such initiatives. So youth leadership is something that we need at the forefront. They need to be engaged at the point of decision making, and there have been conversations ongoing in different fora on how this could be done. We need to change our mindset, especially our perception towards young people. In Africa, especially, you'll agree with me, irrespective of the countries you're coming from, that we have this thing called respect for the elders. Respect for the elders can be construed in so many ways. One is that you must suppress your ideas. You don't have to speak up until you've been asked to do so. And in so many ways, this is a kind of suppression of youth voices. If you look at many boards of whether public, private sector, or even non-profit organizations, you hardly see the youth on the boards as members of the board because they are considered inexperienced, and yet this is the platform where key decisions are taken. So how then can we get youth voices up front if they are not involved in such strategic decisions? The other aspect that we need to promote are the new or emerging youth-driven economies. Today we talk about the gig economy. We are currently trying to do a study to understand how much young people derive from the gig economy. If you look at online celebrities, we're talking about the gig billionaires, for instance. How many gig billionaires do we have from Africa? And why don't we have them? And yet there are all sorts of opportunities. Just by being on TikTok, creating a content, tomorrow you can, you become very wealthy. We need to interest African governments that this is a missed opportunity. We need to open up economic space for the youth, because that's also where new taxation is going to come from. So those are my two thoughts, and I hope that people who are here and people who are online at least pick up these things and we take it to some level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for those wonderful submissions, and I believe people that have been listening.
South Africa.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Moses Okech. I'm Ugandan. I'm a lecturer at Makerere University. I do research currently with the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. And the Center for African Philanthropy, which is quite a big and well-known center. I also pride myself that when I look at those flags, I relate with almost all of them. I've been doing quite a bit of research on youth volunteering. We've been to Senegal, working with a global group that focuses on youth volunteering research. Recently, we have been to Zimbabwe at Victoria Falls, again sharing a lot on African philanthropy. Of course, in South Africa, we engage quite a bit, and almost in all those areas. So I'll be happy to share with you both in and out of this conference. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Session Governor. I'm CAP for PAUDC. I'm a former student of University of Cape Town. I'm currently pursuing my master's in the UK, and I'm also a teacher in the UK. I've also done a lot of volunteering in the debate spaces in South Africa and in Africa, in terms of coaching. Yeah, and I'm really valuable to hear your words, and it's really interesting to be on this panel.
Yes, Zimlam Gwanya Kawere Thomas is my name. I am a student at Kyambogo, a volunteer in this space. I am a student leader. I am a policy and good governance advocate, and an activist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my panelists. I remain Faustina, your MC for the day. My panelists, you can take your leave. And as I believe all of most, I believe most may have seen the communication in group. I think CAP public speech says all public speakers, you move to your rooms. I believe you had already seen the draw and your room allocation. So public speakers, kindly move to your rooms so that we can have the first round of public speech happening as we wait for the debate. ICT team, give us some
happens, you're not going to be able to debate because you're not a team within TAB. So we're just going to list a list of names. So if you know the person or you are the person, kindly come to us so we can make a team. Because as soon as the public speaking round is over, we're going to run the round. And we're not going to be able to start fixing things once round one has started. So I'm just going to let him read the names. So if you know the person, kindly let them know to see us. Or if you are the person, kindly come see us as well so we can do this. Worst case scenario, if you're not on AfriTab, this is the time. Come, we'll help you log in, make an account, and register as a team. I think just go ahead.
So we are expecting 73 teams, and so far we have only 146 speakers. So I'm sure there may be those who haven't joined. So if you are there, I'm going to do a quick roll call of the speakers we currently have on the tab. If your name is not there, you can register or you can reach to us. So we have Rakara Felix, Kahinju Deborah, Brand Omara, Elisha Kakanyero, Ajok Isaiah Manun, Vincent Odong, Rin Mabonga, Ademi Adeli, Paul Chituyu, Esther Faith Apadet, Karunji Mary, Andy Angel, Lydia Alexander, Brano Bondo, Joe Cloves Mukisa, Naomi Njorogi, Semakula Joshua, Namudu Rona, Andima Desmond, Olom Toke, Ngabirano Titus, Oprah Kaluvo, Collins Mbulachalo, Hilary Renson, Mercy Vigusa, Tito Nobetas, Thepisho Madilaba, Twain Odiambo, Shamia Muchesha, Jeff Melita, Maurice Kukune, Augustine Magava, Baraza Jane, Michelle Adika, Bex Awen, Mwenzimule Nchube, Cindy Mushame, Kudakwashe Chipinda, Carolina Quaison, Tholana Malope, Daniel Jane, Michelle Sikuku, Thandokule Sivanda, Mikao Mukwana, Augustine Muzuza, Arthur Kakuru Asimwe, John Mwendwa, Ainebiona Marvin, Fumani Mashani, Bango Bizaba, Mahad Chisuze, Anenyasha Mozimba, Matilda Kutama, Anotida Chihona, Theophilus Beans, Tinashe Gwara, Angel Mala, Joshua Tete, Calvin Azebia, Asayo Calvin, Tete Debra, Michelle Korateng, Tebogo Monatrala, Providence, Nongo, Kiai Marion, Mohoes Joshua, Onyai Churchill, Raymond Moyo, Tanashwa Chivize, Charlene Mushai, Brian Chirui, Wanzira Edwin, Alan Muchevere, Doro Peter, Mary Sowa, Shakib, Remonjo, Zinat Ali, Arnold Mwebaze, Zaya Hendrickson, Paul Oyala, Joshua Wambugu, Maria Marenga, Today Okech, Ezen Wakuba, Onerot Brand, Peter Elianu, Chiragu Chimani, Musinguzi Nicholas, Calvin Katam, Karepasi Boy, Joy Muturi, Tebero Mafarisa, Henry Kwewaliang, Perez Ngono, Chibirango Rahim, Imani Naitori, Wanjiru Karugu, Antonio Cole, Angel Musomba, Daria Muro, Emmanuel Opedo, Olweth Morak, Israel Smart, Rato Mofokeng, Emmanuel Thuge, Francis Mwanji, Ted Iha, Nish Chinch, Manja Owen, Nibasa Shivan, Matthew Asawa, Ian Agaba, Jane Paxson, Michelle Musandioze, Angelo Sewanonda, Michelle Awimbo, Randy Mugambi, Gina Anabella, Tagusa Marafpara, Lucas Shema, Apili Cynthia Esther, Ingabire Angel, Fortune Ntwema, Penexo Namwandi, Cherika Nowases, Joan Hart, Tinotendo Makuwere, Loto, Nagonda, Leslie Mbiza, Sharif Kiviri, Divine Abba, Simbarashe Bonzo, Toyonye Ayafa, Takuro Ndoro, Imojong Chisaja, Edwin Ocheido, Don Mackenzie, Fortune Ntemwa, Rita Zai, Tita Daniel, Supanana, John Mubiru, Michael Buhu, Hagai, and Ethel Pevaga. Those are the only debaters we currently have. And then teams, we are currently less of 9 teams. Around 18 people have created teams. But if you are there and you haven't joined the tournament, you are most likely going to miss out on round 1. So please do register. So these are the teams we currently have. We have Mads from Muni. We have 5-6 is Terrible, Chikurubi, MSU, Verbal Violence, 210s, Redirecting Cruise, T-Squared, USI UAF, Makerere University, Mark, Veritas A, Lemonade, Pineapple, Kenyatta University, Buzz B, Godric, Grefender, Shivan, Tyrana, Thrones, ALUD, ALUX, Buzz, Amarachi Kyle, ATUC, Eren Jaga, Strath, BR, Strath SS, Chudes Team D, ATUB, ATUC, Strath KM, Binance AFC, Reasonable Doubt, Muga, Undeniable, Yaping Bakone, UCC, Muga 2, Strath AO, Picos, Strath AA, UCCB, UONX, Cavendish University, Noun A, Chudes F, Just Miles Never That Serious, Chudes C, Makerere Team F, SpaceX, Rolex, Kabul, Fish, Chudes H, Chudes B, Baganda, I barely know her, Kyambogo, I Need My Boxer Back, Guru A, Guru C, Guru B, Holding Space for Defying Gravity, Chudes A. Are we all on AfriTab? Are there speakers who haven't heard their names?
It's okay. It's Strath KM.
So we are going to give this more 10 minutes. You can check on your colleagues in case you want to reach out to us. My WhatsApp is in the group, Sirajdin, the username. And then we are also seated in room 15.
Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind, it requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We're right together, making love with each other. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. I can't live without you if the love was gone. Everything is nothing if you got no one, and you didn't walk in the night and slowly losing sight of the real thing. But that won't happen to us, and we got no doubt. Too deep in love, and we got no way out, and the message is clear. This could be the Oh yeah, oh yeah, no one like. Oh yeah, one like. Oh yeah, one like. Oh yeah, no one. Hello, how you doing? My angel, my one and only. The only one that I've been seeing. Where they bring me joy and blessings. You know that I love you. And I can't wait to say I do. But before we walk down the aisle, I just wanna let you know that you're the finest. When you be the finest thing I've seen, you're the brightest. The way you the shine and the bling like me, you're the highest. When it comes to acting, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. I just wanna let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many places. No one be like you. So they cannot replace you, cause you are a blessing. No one be like you. You're driving me crazy, cause you are my baby. No one be like you. No one like you. One like you. No one like you. One like you. No one. About a year ago, before I met you, yeah, there was no possibility for me to be rescued. But thank God I found you, yeah. I cannot do without you. Now since then I go different places, I've seen many places, I cannot replace you. With you and again many places, girl you want my life, you're the finest. And you're the finest thing I've seen, you're the brightest. The way you shine in the bling like me, you're the highest. When it comes to acting, you're the lead. My princess, the only lover. It's just not to let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many places. No one be like you. I cannot replace you, cause you are a blessing. No one be like you. You're driving me crazy, cause you are my baby. No one be like you. No one like you, one like you. No one like you, one like you. That's what we say. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. No one like you, oh yeah, one like you, oh yeah, one like you, oh yeah. No one, yeah, you're the finest. Can you be the finest I've ever seen? The way you the shine with the bling like me. Hey, when it comes to acting, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. Girl, I guess it's time to let you know that no one like you. So many things, so many things. Everything without you, there's no possibility, there's no positivity, always negativity. Ain't gonna find you. You are my everything, you are my destiny. This is reality. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh like an intersection, but she just too far away from affection. never lose a connection. Cause I remember Stacy, she probably hate me. She used to brag she had a man to replace me. She talk back, she not just hit the escape key. And then she get mad and wanna go and erase me. And I remember Amy, she used to hate me. She stayed up late, we used to play me. She said I'm too wild, she wanna tame me. I told her even Photoshop couldn't change me. I look into my room a long way from the front door. The front door's a long way from the driveway. My place far, about an hour out, but the 4-5 ain't like catching the flight way. I look into my room a long way from the front door. The front door's a long way from the driveway. My place far, about an hour out, but the 4-5 ain't like catching the flight way. When I first met her, I had the vision. Clean my girl, she models panties for a living. Yeah, the three of us can make a movie at the session. I'm throwing 50 bands, but not a few tuitions. Like, I told her bring a friend for my friend T-Pain. We got the one for last time, cause she keeps playing. Fit 3 and the 2 singers swerving each lane. Found out she wasn't squirting on my sheet stain. And she had a pierced nipple. Her, me, and my girl had a wild triple. If you do the double twist, then I might tip you. If you do the double twist, then I might tip you. Follow me to my room a long way from the front door. The front door's a long way from the driveway. My place far, about an hour out, but the 4-5 ain't like catching the flight way. Follow me to my room a long way from the front door. The front door's a long way from the driveway. My place far, about an hour out, but the 4-5 ain't like catching the flight way. On them and they know me. Wanna who I used to holler at his homie. Fucking now I'm about to ride him like a pony. Yeah, okay. Duck Polly, you come Polly. You wanna fuck up that belly and pop Molly. I hope your pockets got a motherfucking hot body. What is it that you never bought? John Sally, he had the rose in the voice, the tone in his voice. Don't want a good girl, nah. Hoes is a choice. It's a thick one age. Put pussy on top of your mouth, one open. And ass on top of your ass on the cover top. From magazine, from gasoline. Now we got banged out, I get these niggas whipped. Follow me to my room a long way from the front door. The front door's a long way from the driveway. My place far, about an hour out, but the 4-5 ain't like catching the flight way. Follow me to my room a long way from the front door. The front door's a long way from the driveway. My place far, about an hour out, but the 4-5 ain't like catching the flight way. This moment to me, saying goodbye, but loving you still, too late to start over. We've tried that before, and I just don't have it in me to try. once again I'm not enough. But it's not as if I mind that your heart ain't exactly breaking. It's just a thought, only a thought. But if my life is for rent and I don't want to buy, well, I deserve nothing more than I get, 'cause nothing I have is truly mine. I always thought that I would love to the body see, to travel the world alone and live more simply. I have no idea what's happened to that dream. But there's really nothing left here to stop me. It's just a thought, only a thought. If my life is for rent and I don't want to buy, well, I deserve nothing more than I get, 'cause nothing I have is truly mine. If my life is for rent and I don't want to buy, well, I deserve nothing more than I get, and nothing I have is truly mine. One more is a shame, and I won't let it down. Why I'm so right to fail, so I won't even try. Well, how can I say I'm alive if my life is for rent and I don't want to buy? Well, I deserve nothing more than I get, 'cause nothing I have is truly mine. If my life is for rent and I don't want to buy, well, I deserve nothing more than I get, and nothing that I have is truly mine. And nothing I have is truly mine. And nothing I have is truly mine. And nothing I have is truly mine. All I am, all I'll be, everything in this world, all that I'll ever need is in your eyes, shining at me. When you smile, I can feel all my passion unfolding. Your hand brushes mine, and the thousand sensations seduce me, 'cause I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. So say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Well, I do. Oh, baby. In my world, before you, lived outside my emotions. Didn't know where I was going till that day I found you. in my life to a new paradise. In a world torn by change, still with all my heart, until my dying day. I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Yes, I do. I do. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Baby, I do. Cherish you from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Baby, I do.
Oh, man.
Even if you were a million miles away, I can still feel you in my bed. Near me, touch me, feel me. And even at the bottom of the sea, I can still hear inside my head, telling me, touch me, feel me. And all the time you were telling me love, so tonight I'm gonna find a way to make it without tonight. I'm gonna find a way to make it without you. I'm gonna hold on to the times we had tonight. I'm gonna find a way to make it without you. Have you ever tried sleeping with a broken heart when you could try sleeping in my bed? Nobody ever shut it down like you. You wanna cry, you made my body feel on the ground. Why don't you hold me, need me? I thought you told me you'd never leave me. Looking in the sky, I can see your face, and I know right where I've been. Take me, make me, you know that I'll always be in love with you. Right till the end. So tonight, I'm gonna find a way to make
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
before we proceed, just wanted to call, if there's any debater who's outside, kindly step in, please, because we want to do a roll call and ensure everyone is already on tap so that we can release the draw. Any debater who's still outside, if you can hear this, please come in. We'll do a very quick check so that we can ensure everyone is on, and then we're able to start. All right, All right, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. If you do not hear your name, you come forward and you register in case you Hannah. We have team The Vanguards with Inebiona Marvin and Arthur Kakuru Asimwe. We have team Zoom with Jonathan and someone called Super Nana from University of Cape Coast. We have team Mads with Andamad Desmond and Kihai Marion. We have team LH44 Goes Red with Indolu Peter and Raymond Joe. We have team 5 out of 6 is Terrible with Massive Ugutsa and Twain Odiambo. We have team Chikurubi with Leslie Mbiza and Simambreshi Bonzo. We have team MSU with Kukundashwe Chipinda and Kandokuhe Sibanda. We have team Veritas B, Tony Ayafa and Edwin Ochiendo. We have team Verbal Violence with Nix Singh and Cheine Paxton. We have team Two Teens with Funame Mashane and Matilda Katuma. Team Redirecting Crews, Peter Elianu and Paul Oyal. Team T Squared with Tebelo Maprasha and Tholwana Malope. Team ISIU-AF with Francis Mwanji and Angel Mala. Team Mark with Matthew Ashaba, Oprah Nkulubo. Team Veritas A with Divine Abba and Joanne Hart. Team Lemonade with Banku Bizaba and Augustine Mudzuda. Team Pineapple with Olwethu Maroke and Lerato Mofokeng. Team Kenyatta University A with John Mwenda and Perez Nguno. Team Buse B with Charlene Mashai and Raymond Moyo. Team Godik Griffanda with Mayanja Owen and Mahid Chisuze. Team Shivan with Emojong Chisaja and Nabasa Shivan. Team Tirana with Jeff Melita and Ted Iha. Team Thrones, Fortune Temwa and Penelupifo Namwandi. Team ALUD with Don Mikenzi and Igabire Angel. Team ALUX with Takura Ndoru and Israel Smart. Team Buse Anenhanza Mudzimba and Alan Mushembere. Team Amarachi Kayo with Michelle Mwandinyoze and Takuzwa Marapa. Team ATUC, Asare Kelvin and Joshua Teta. Team Eren Jega with Loto Nangoda and Cherika Nowase. Team Strath BR, Hillary Renson and Brandel Bondo. Team Strath SS with Shamia Mushesia and Kiragu Kimani. Team KUDS Team B with Namudu Rona and Onyat Churchill. Team ATUB, Kelvin Aziba, Tetuya Debra. Team ALUC, Lucas Shema, Sharif Kiviri. Team Strath KM, Calvin Katanmu and Derin Muro. Team Binas FC, Onwom Tukwe and Kerepesi Boy. Team Reasonable Doubt, Baraza Jen and Paul Chitui. Team MUGA exclamation mark, Muzeni Nkube and Providence Nhongo. Team Undeniable, Claude Sanduz and Tinotunda Mukuwere. Team Yaping Bankone, Agustin Nakgaba and Morosh Shekune. Team UCU/C, Cindy Mishime and Caroline Quaison. Team MUGA2, Zenta Ali and Jaden Hendrickson. Team Strath AO, Trader Okech and Gina Annabella. Team Pickles, Shempino Mudihala and Teboga Muntala. Team Strath AA, Michelle Adika, Becky Ainen. UCCB, Team UCCB, Aliyah Sadiq and Mary Sowoha. Team UONX, Michelle Awimbo and Randy Mugambi. Cavendish University, Collins Mbuchalio and Esther Faith Atabet. Noun A, Mudiemi Ayodele and Inze Mwakuba. Team KYUDSF, Emmanuel Opage and Antonio Cole. Team Just Smile It's Never That Serious, Naomi Njogere and Emmanuel Thug. Team KYUDSC, Ajok Aiza Manhon and Andy Angel. Team Makere Team F, Muhwezi Joshua and Appeal Cynthia Esther. Team SpaceX, Antonda Chihona and Tanswava Chive. Team Rolex, Tinashe Guara and Theopilas Beans. Team Kabul, Angelo Semwenonda and Musinguzi Nicholas. Team Fish, Ian Agaba and Ngabirano Titus. Team KUDSH, James Jr. Okuku and Rin Maboga. Team KUDSB, Karunji Mary, Kahinji Deborah. Team Buganda, I barely know her, Imani Natori and Angel Musomba. Team Kyambogo G, Arnold Mwebaze and Semakula Joshua. Team I need my boxer back, Wanjuri Karugu and Joshua Wambugo. Team Gulu A, Elisha Kakanyero and Brian Omara. Team Gulu C, Onywet Brian and Vincent Odong. Team Gulu B, Rikara Felix and Daniel Jean. Team Holding Space for Defying Gravity, Joy Muturi and Maria Murenga. Team KYUDSA, Chibirango Rahim and Henry Chewalianga. Now, those are the teams we currently have on tab. I don't know if there's any participant here who hasn't had their name. Anyone? Going once? Going twice? Sold. So I assume everyone has had their name. Everyone who is intending to participate in debate should have had their name by now. And if you haven't had your name, we'll meet in 2025. All right, I close the poll. We are going to release that draw very shortly, just in a few minutes, and then we'll be going straight ahead in the debates. We already back. Sorry. All right, in the spirit of fairness, because we are really going to release the draw and close out registration of anyone who isn't going to come forward at this point, let me just read the institutions and make sure that the institution is actually registered here. All right? Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Alex Nkumumwe Federal University Adefuko Alikwe Ikwo, Kenya School of Law, Bishop Stewart University, University of Cape Coast, Muni University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, University of Nairobi, Harare Polytechnic, Midland State University, Veritas University, University of Witwatersrand, Kyambogo University, Central University of Technology Free State Bolomfeno Campus, United States International University Africa, Makerere University, Midlands University, Central University of Technology Free State Welcome Campus, Kenyatta University, Bindura University of Science Education, Strathmore University, Namibia University of Science and Technology, African Leadership University, Bindura University of Science Education, Accra Technical University, Namibia University of Science and Technology, Central University of Technology Free State, University of Nairobi, University of Cape Town, University of Limpopo, University of Cape Coast, National Open University of Nigeria, Tharaka University, Sustainable Environmental Conservation Trust Africa, Gulu University, Islamic University in Uganda. Yeah, so is there any university which is participating and they haven't had their name? Please. Limpopo University is there, I read it. Cape Town University. University of, this is Cape Coast. Yeah, University of Cape Town is there. All right, so we're good. Everyone is good because I'm not going to receive any complaints after this. Is the lady putting up her hand? All right, I think everyone should be good. All right, let's finalize and
Hi everyone. Hi. We just want to ask one more time before the draw is out. Please make sure you fill in the clash forms. Once the draw is out, there isn't much we can do. And if you have any complaints as well, please make sure you're filling in the complaints form as well. And then lastly, the equity policy has been sent on the group. We've had some questions about clarification. Please make sure you've read the equity policy. And yeah, any other questions, you can reach out to any of the three of us. Thank you so much, guys.
Pise mikono jabasawa basoma kanchakala takala lya kukwewala Nfose mpavu nembula kanunya wameche basaliwa Pafya senga lenyikila Chukulu mewundasiwa Wasoma mkwano watekila Yeah mama Enolame supernatural Netaga kusikalinazo Sometimes I feel so personal Taking days and planning your soul That's all I want you to see Walk away like it's so much on me Fit me like you're strong Do like a coin and take it In a life you won't understand One in my head me I just to be Things on you Fire is on me He's on me, baby's on me inside. Fire on me, give me one time, on the top. I'm getting on fire for you. We want to kill money, but life on the top. I'm getting on fire. Freeze, yeah. Freeze, freeze, for as long as it's marching, haters probably want you a color researching. No have to keep hearts a party, but I couldn't wait till it could start it. No have to run us party, believe or emoji. Yeah, I'm gonna go quick one, Polanti. Oh my God. To tell it and then I send it one, baby, tambula mojino. Uli rondi ketiro, agaya yega nomba biroto. Yeah, I'm gonna be me amorita. Yeah, it's a no sima. Bada Rabi. So if you don't let me love you, ways I will be. You don't know. Joker, I got the energy. I got the love that you never see. Baby, I got the energy. I got the love that you never see. Baby, Kuriso, Kuriso, Kauka Kamutu Moriso, Kumyeriso.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, fully.
Niwemberawo manjayana kuno mukono nakusangika sera. I used to cry every day when everybody watched me. The rain had been far away, but I smile every day. I'm a happy man. Bajaga nyanga bansoza kuboyo bono ndirenkwata bavu balinga bangega bano abali banjuzayuza naponyolo wampita bimbi emiwono nababiwona ono kwendiga kwenezigama kukatonda wange weyiyama yatukiriza n'ebitema nebwemberawo manjayana
hello everyone. Please, I sent the equity policy to the group like I think 1 a.m. today. So most of you that's giving complaints, asking what's equity, I don't think we'll keep like coming back to tell you what it is. So please just go through the policy and submit your clashes earlier. Like you can't be submitting right now and they are struggling with the clashes, they're struggling with the draw, everything at the same time. So if you really want us to consider, like do it way earlier so that we'll put it into the tab will reflect. But for anyone that feel the clash quite late and it's not reflected in round 1, please, it's going to be reflected in round 2. And for complaints, please, the fact that you don't understand what equity is, it's not a complaint. Like, just go through the policy. I had a briefing yesterday. So when you have your issues, you know who to address. So that's just all. Thank you.
If this is a dream, baby, I don't wanna wake up. Wake up. This is the sweet deep in you, baby. I don't wanna wake up. Wake up. You give me life, you give me vibe. Oh, yeah. You be my energy, I can't deny you. Oh, yeah. Superman, you be my hero. That is love if you know that.
Badi badi kato tomoto nikibobo magadi gadi boga boga choro. She call me daddy daddy nakata joto. My only one. What is love without you, baby? What is love without you, yeah?
What is love without you, my baby? What is love without you, baby?
Your love is so sweet, so sweet. Dum dum, dum dum.
She call me daddy, daddy, nakapajoto. My only one. Girl, your love is so sweet. So sweet. Sweet me. Sweet me. Get out for your sweet me. She call me daddy, daddy, nakapajoto. My only one. I want up my mind, for anyone will feel relate, reading my cooler, Sometimes it feels like success is a trap, and sometimes it feels like people don't understand. Cause the pressure plenty, and the expectations high. Even your day ones we supposed to get your back, sometimes they was the fight. And everybody has an opinion, and you supposed to live your life. And even people were supposed to show you the way, now the people they backbite. Not be pride, not be ego. Sometimes I just change my mind, sometimes I just stay behind, sometimes I will have to say no. Sometimes I just throw water out of my head, may this person not gonna drive me insane, no. So if you see me outside and I no greet you, no vex, papa my head is full, oh. I'm up, you know the level. Now this house is like this. Now this house is like this. Overwhelming sometimes, no I don't on my own. I got so many things that the reason no bother me. One you pala who Congolele, kilo zetani Congorio. Cause family go call, enemy go call, I don't know who is who. No be pride, no be people. Sometimes I can't stay away when I have nothing to say, sometimes I do like to say no. Sometimes I got someone out of my head, and this person don't go down me instead. So you can see me for sure, and I don't need you, no vex, but my head is full of. I'm up, you know the level. Life is also like this. Life is also like this. Of course, them say they need bumpers. Yeah, cause I put myself first. Whoa, they say they need bumpers. Yeah, it's all love, brother, yeah, it's all love. Whoa, it's all love, my brother, it's all love. And I'm good with it. Totally, oh. You put me inside your coconi, my baby, oh. You don't take me to follow me, show me. Look at what you do to me. Look at what you do to me. Yesterday you confused me. Since I done the show me. Look at what you do to me. Since I done the show you.
your body calm down my body, make I cool my tension. Come on, give me a feel like your body, they call my attention. Big ways, fight days, I never lie for you, I done this for you. I'm okay, I done this for you. Follow me, make we chop life for Dubai. Anything you want, girl, I go by. You dey put me for high tension. This one of my confession. We go to holiday for Dubai. Anything you want, girl, I go by. You dey put me for high tension. This one of my confession. I'm all you feel like fire, baby. I wanna love you for life. I don't go like to say goodbye. Now you know it's my disease. Station is way too high. You know the best is to praise to ease up my stress. And I don't pay you. That day I'm in the pressure. That day I'm in the tension. Move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. That day your skill is precious. You can't change the whole direction. Move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. Oh my way, oh my way, oh my way. I like my city, they go. I like my city, they go. Oh my way, oh my way, oh my way. I like my city, they go. I like my city, they go. I stay high, I'm at steady on my grind. And no fear no one. So who I need decide. Energy 100%. And then coffee comprehend. And then coffee understand. I'm catching flights, no wait for dance. Body better than I. Nobody better than I. Body better than I. Nobody better than I. Body better than I. Nobody better than I. Body better than I. Nobody better. I say what you did to survive. And never started to find it. But I got fools in my heart. That's why I'm steady in my heart. You know I'm from never going back. Drinking it up for you. Making sure you feel my body and soul. Pray for the best if you best to fall. Love you, my head, you do best to go. Just to find the money.
But sorry. For this first round, certain clashes may not be taken into consideration because of when they were submitted. So please, we will reach out to the individuals, but this is a general announcement. On every tab, you need to fill the conflict form there. There's another conflict form there. You fill it, and they'll give us access. I will confirm it. So that's how we'll do for the next round. So that's just it. Sorry.
All right, thank you so much. I'm just stepping in for the TAB team. The draw is on your sites. You can just go to the tournament, view details. Pan-African University Debate Championship. Under tournaments, then you go to rounds. Okay? Anyone there? Anyone there? Jeff, are you seeing your team? Are you seeing your room? Are you seeing your judge? View details, go to the action and view details to see the draw. Anyone who has gone here? In the sidebar button, that round thing in the corner. Then you press to rounds, okay? In rounds, you go to round 1, show started. Then you go in the middle to view. Then you should be able to see your room. Okay, so in room 1, we have Here We Go as opening government. Is the ICT team back for projection? Jerry, you can just help with the projection. Yeah, that's good. All right. As we wait on the IT team, in room 1, we have Here We Go as opening government, Afenai as opening opposition, RIMS, I think that's redemption as closing government, and redemption 2 as closing opposition. In room 2, we have Zoom as opening government, MADS as opening opposition, Mika and Michael as closing government, and the Vanguards as closing opposition. In room 3, we have Chikurubi as opening government, MSU as opening opposition, LH44 goes red as closing government, and 5/6 is terrible as closing opposition. In room 4, we have 2 10s. Yeah. That's good. You can then work on the projection. So we are working on the projection. Jerry, Pascal, Jerry. Jango logenge ine, kule projection.
Log into your account.
No, just log in. Tajina. It's okay.
Jeff, you know your password? Come and log in. Yeah, come.
I'll take him no direct. Because
Jeff, just so fast. Yeah. Log in here, your email and password.
Thank you for remembering your password. You've saved us a lot of time. There are rooms. If I can't read it, you can read it there.
Okay, guys, so that's the projection. Yes.
So guys, that's the projection. That's the projection of the rooms, the draws, and everything. Has anyone not seen their teams? Has anyone not seen their teams? Yeah, I think we are done. We are done with the tab. Cup, you can take over. Cup.
Hello, everyone. I was just about to. Okay, so hello, everyone. Do I have your attention? Fantastic. So, two things. First, team draw is final. Adjudicator draw is not final. So, when we release the motion, teams, you would go outside. The volunteers will show you where the rooms are. And then you will move to the rooms immediately. We are not extending prep time, because as you can all already tell, we're short for time. So teams, you move immediately, we release the draw. Judges, you wait behind here. Best case scenario, once the teams leave, judges please come to the front, and then we'll discuss everything. We'll talk about ballots, we'll talk about feedback, and we'll talk about everything you need to know. If your institutional judge, IA, whichever, is not around, please call them to come in immediately. So, I hope that's clear. Awesome. Round one. So for this round, there are two motion songs.
No, it's not working on my phone.
Motion songs.
Can you go to some?
Motion song 1 is waving flag.
Oh, okay.
Motion song 2 is waka waka. Motion song 1, waving flag. Motion song 2, waka waka by Shakira. Okay. Can everyone hear me at the back? Okay. The motion for round one comes with an info slide. The info slide. So the info slide for round one, the African Super League, ASL, would be a proposed elite football competition featuring top clubs from across the continent. It aims to bring together the best teams in Africa to compete in the league. Teams participating in the ASL would not play in their local country leagues. I repeat, the African Super League, ASL, would be a proposed elite football competition featuring top clubs from across the continent. It aims to bring together the best teams in Africa to compete in the league. Teams participating in the ESL will not play in their local country leagues. Motion for round one. This House supports the formation of an African Super League ASL. The time currently is 1:40. The starts at 1:55. Good luck, guys. The motion. Okay, the motion, this House supports the formation of an African Super League ASL.
Sorry?
This is yours?
Everyone, please check WhatsApp. You've seen the motion there. Judges, please move forward right now. All judges, please move forward right now. Debaters, observers, everybody else, you can leave the room. Thank you. Sorry, 8 to 14. Move out, there's an usher waiting to take it. So let's all get out right now so that we can take you there. Thank you.
Can't serenade, 9998212. You know that I miss you. I'm gonna get back to you.
Slide where you traffic, brain so blue, so it's 100K deposit, vacations in the tropics. Everybody know it ain't tricking if you got it. Cause I can rubber bang bang.
I don't know how to take it, but it's driving me so crazy. I don't know if it's right and tossing to it. It's not working away. You still trust me. Thinking about you, baby. They see you. This in my heart. I don't know what to do. I think I'm in love. Right. I don't know what to do, I'm going out of my if you let me, think you would try maybe we could ride together, we could do you had me in the palm of your hand. So why the love went away? I just can't seem to understand. Thought it was me and you, baby. Me and you until the end, but I guess I was wrong. Think about it, talk about it, just so sick about it. Can't believe it's ending this way. Lose about it, lose about it. Tell me it's wondering when it's gonna come or where it's been. You may have got your heart broken a few times in the past. Never last strong as it used to. It don't feel as good as it used to before. And all the things you used to say, things you used to do, went right out the door. Ooh, no more will you be the one. That's what you tell everyone around you. You know they've heard it all before. What more can you say? When love won't let you walk away, you can't help who you love, and you find yourself giving it all away when you think you're enough. Ooh, 'cause I wanna be the one who you believe in your heart is sent from heaven. There's a piece of me who leaves when you're gone because you're sent from heaven. I wanna be the one who you believe in your heart is sent from heaven. And there's a piece of me who leaves when you're gone because you're sent from heaven. Now you can wait your whole life trying to change what they feel from what's been. You may have put your whole life into a man, loving what you thought it could have been. I notice when you change and you don't feel as good because you're sick from I wanna be the one who you believe in. Yeah, all the sick from there's a piece of me who leaves gone because you're sick from. Everybody say I wanna be the one you love. I wanna be. Everybody say I wanna be the one you trust. I wanna be. Everybody say I wanna be the one you need. I wanna be. Hey, everybody say I wanna be the one.
I was in a tunnel and couldn't see the light. Whenever I look up, I couldn't see the sky. Sometimes when I'm standing, it seems like I don't walk for miles. My heart could be crying, dead in the middle of a smile. But then I climbed the hills and saw the mountains. I hollered out because I was lost, then I felt the strong wind. The slow voice saying the storm is over. I can see the sun shining. I feel heaven. Come on and set me free. In the midst of my battle, all hope is gone. Downtown in a rush crowd and felt all alone. Every now and then I felt like I would lose my mind. I've been racing for years and still no finish line. But then I climbed the hills and saw the mountains. I hollered out because I was lost and I felt the strong wind. But a small voice saying the storm is over. I can see the sunshine. I feel heaven, yeah. Come on and set me free. Yeah. Somehow I'll be getting steps right in. Safety claim my friend. Now I can feel it.
I've been looking for you for a long damn time, but you've been gone away. I nearly lost my mind. Now we're in the club and you're crying on me, touching on me, got me going crazy. That skirt you wearing, gotta play your own stroll. As I glance at my watch and see the night is growing old, I start to reminisce about when we were shorties, backseat of my Jeep. Yes, I'm feeling horny as I play my position, posted up on the wall. Happy to hear the DJ say last call, cause what that means is we
Hi guys. If you have institutional clashes or any other clashes with the rooms you are currently judging on Afrita, please come here right now. Institutional clashes or any other clashes on Afritab right now, please come to the front.
It's all said and done. It's hard to keep in touch when you're off in school, but now you're right here. We can do what we do. Come on. Start in the car and end up in the living room. Kiss around your navel while you're on the end table. Push the magazines down on the floor. I'm your soldier, so I'm ready to go to war. And you told me you're hot and you're ready. Your legs won't stop shaking, just give it to me, daddy. And I like the way your body's looking it right there, knowing we might not even make it upstairs. And what that means is just relax your mind and baby let it flow. 'Cause it's going down and that's for sure. 'Cause I want you here. Yeah. And in the middle of the night I'm gonna rub. I'll rub and you. Let me go down, I'm gonna taste. And when it's all said and done, I'm gonna know. And in the middle of the night I'm gonna rub. And let me go down, I'm gonna taste you. And when it's all said and done, I'm gonna yes, I will. Yes, I will. Please show me what you want about. The true colors came out. And your words couldn't hide the sin. 'Cause the truth about women is in a fragrance I can't recognize. Just standing there, scratching your head, such eyes, drunk with regret, hanging drunk.
Hi judges, just two things you should note. Please note that you are submitting two ballots, right? So you are submitting one ballot on AfriTab and also the other ballot on Calico. Please. Secondly, please make sure you submit your feedback only on Calico. So note that ballot is both on Calico and AfriTab and feedback on the Calico. Just let us know if there's any difficulties, and we apologize for the whole delay.
Don't you wish you had a time machine? That way you could change history. It's the only way that you could be with me. Oh, standing there, scratching your head, eyes, drunk with regret, hanging yourself 10 feet over the edge. I'm done with this, feeling like an idiot, loving you. I know more it. I just don't love you no more. So yesterday, never thought you lose my love this way. Now you come back to me to say, honey, you are. So yesterday, I won't let you rain on my parade. Don't wanna hear things say. So yesterday, and now you wanna reminisce. Say you wanna try again. Started with a little kid, and he can't even know it. No. Never wanna feel it, never wanna hear you. Don't love, don't need you, can't stand you. No. I don't wanna go another day, so I'm telling you exactly what is on my mind. Seems like everybody's breaking up and throwing their love away, but I know I got a good thing right here. That's why I say, hey, nobody gonna love me better. I must stick with you forever. Nobody gonna take me higher. I must stick with you. You know how to appreciate me. I must stick with you, my baby. Nobody ever made me feel this way. I must stick with you. I don't wanna go another day, so I'm telling you exactly what is on my mind. See the way we ride in our private lives, ain't nobody getting in between. I want you to know that you're the only one for what I say. Nobody gonna love me better. I must stick with you forever. Nobody gonna take me higher. I must stick with you. You know
guys, the changes in judge allocations is Taufik, you're going to room 12 to chair. Ishmael, you're going to room 4 to chair. So if I mention a new chair for your room, it means you're no longer chairing, you are now paneling. But if I don't mention anything about your room, your allocation is as it is on tab. James, you're moving to room 13 to chair. Yes. Alexandra, you're moving to room 1 to chair. Shaseen, and I hope I got your name right, you're moving to room 2 to panel. Kagia is moving to room 2 to chair. And Letho, who was initially in room 2, you are now going to room 12 to panel. Are we good? Please go and start your rounds now.
Joy, I think, Joy, you are in room 17 as a panelist.
At the ushers, I don't know where room 14 is.
So what we're going to do right now, well, you need to show me how to change this over here. I've just missed this thing. Yeah.
Please move to your rooms now, as fast as possible. As fast as possible. I still see judges seated. Please move to your rooms now. What's the issue? You are Victoria. Fafali, you are chairing room 5. Guys, when you go to the draw, there's an add ballot side. Click on add ballot, fill the speaker scores, the rankings will reflect, you submit. Then you go to Calico tab and do the same. Your private URL and your email. Have fun. Now leave. Thank you.
Yes. Hold on. Yes, babes. No, do both. Hi, what's the issue? You didn't hear her. What's your name?
I hope you never lose your sense of wonder. You get your fill to eat, but always keep that hunger. May you never take one single breath for granted. God forbid love ever leave you empty-handed. I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Whenever one door closes, I hope one more opens. Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance.
If you are a judge, you should not still be here. If you are a speaker, you should not still be here. This is room 16. Also, I'm invading your space. It's fine. If this is room 16, it's fine. I'll leave you. Okay.
Guys, if you cannot submit the ballot, bring it. We'll figure it out. Maybe go work on another issue. I have Shabil here, so.
And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you Never one door closes, I hope one more opens. Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. And when you
opposition on this side. Government to my right, opposition to my left. Opening and closing, are you pointing to the close line, or would you rather be moving lines? Are you open? Closing. Are you getting closing and closing? So opening in front, closing in the seat behind. Yeah, just. And then spectators, audience, please go one line behind.
All right, so I'll pause within my speech to ask for POIs. I'll take in a clarity from opening opposition and a POI from CEO respectively. Sure. I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We think the question in this debate is not whether the situation in Africa in itself is actually good or bad. We think what government is gonna try to prove is why essentially creation of the African Support League is something that's important. We do contend that you can accrue some of these specific benefits when you exist within the current status quo, i.e. things like AFCON, but the world opening government is going to defend is why you maximize those impact to the most vulnerable, but also most likely attain this much better than you do get in opposition than our world. A few things then in terms of setup. What does then the African Super League look like? We think what African Super League in itself looks like is you have like a country sending in its best teams anyways. Could be 3 or 5 ultimately in regards to who they think largely qualified to be part of this league. But I think what's exclusive is to say you don't get these individuals participate in any other significant local leagues within that specific state. We think the biggest problem for most of African football in itself is the struggle on things like underfunding ultimately, the lack of exposure and inconsistent competition standards that largely exist. We think all the things will accrue as our case runs down. I think what ESL creation would look like is you have an elite club system anyways. The 2 impacts that will exist here. 1, the ability for you to enhance things like quality. Secondly, why it's most likely that you increase the visibility of the continent in itself on a global stage and why that's important. James will do a lot here to explain why that's important. I think largely on quality. We think when individuals essentially exist in a largely prestigious league, what often largely happens is that the incentive for them largely to maintain the status within this league, given the fact that this largely attracts a lot of visibility in that regard. You have massive things like TV rights, ultimately things like refereeing. All these specific things come at a cost where these individuals accrue these specific benefits directly. We think the prestige in itself does not exist solely within these African countries, given, say, for instance, significant things like media suppression that might exist in like some instances. We say you have more individuals looking out for you and scouting for you as individuals. We think at the end of the day, while we think this actually becomes much better, is then the possibility for these individuals who exist within this league to actually join bigger leagues. It's quite possible on our side of the house to join things like the Premiership, things like the English Premier League, to the extent that then you make it easier for individuals or managers within this specific league to access you as an individual. This is quite less likely possible for them to scout out things like talent, because in the vast majority of instances, they have to go through a lot of bureaucracies. You create a central point where individuals or players largely do exist and most likely could be accessed in most instances. What's then the necessity within this specific debt? Before that set up, opening opposition, you have any clarity. CEO?
All right. Please show us the unique nature of quality that will happen in our world that does not exist already in status quo.
Okay, quite simple. You are most likely concentrating the best teams in Africa into a single league. The 2 things that you do in terms of elevation of the standard of competition. 1, they have a collective position in which they can access things like training ultimately that a lot of African states would most likely be disenfranchised. I think the entire idea that you open them access to resources that otherwise are very important for them to better their sport, I think becomes important. This does not exclusively exist within the AFCON, because the bet on AFCON simply looks like those with the highest, say for instance, resources have a higher threshold in terms of winning those competitions anyways. You give these individuals a central point to the extent that you're able to guarantee them things like resource and individuals in terms of training, and that's largely important. But the financial viability, I think, is the cut within this debate. Why? Because you generate significant resources in terms of revenue through things like broadcasting rights ultimately, through things like sponsorships or things like ticket sales anyways. You can't necessarily argue out as opening opposition that there is no much visibility in that regard in regards to sport. But actually what gets the sensation in itself in regards to ESL is the quality it's able to produce in regards to football in itself anyways. This becomes important because the boost in this finance and in itself is something that helps in terms of things like infrastructure, things like supporting the clubs within the localities entirely, which most likely means you have exclusive benefits to the football ecosystem in Africa as a whole anyways. We have massive investment within these countries largely to grow these academies and scout out new talent. But why then does this become largely important? Because you uniquely get things like global exposure. It most likely means you're able to profile African
football in itself in terms of the international stage. Notice, Pano, that you're able to attract a global audience in terms of things like partnership, and this becomes important. The kind of pride that most likely comes out of it in terms of how you're able to mark things like competition ultimately is something that's viable anyways. We think this elevation in itself in terms of African football is quite important because of the financial incentives that these clubs most likely get at the end of the day. And we think that is very important, something that we're willing to largely defend anyways. Why then do we think this largely benefits like the vulnerable communities? We think in most cases, people within these local clubs in itself are largely not going to be taken in. Why? Simply because there exists a big dog within that specific structure who most likely is taking up that specific slot anyways. Notice, panel, we think things like merit most likely would exist, but the active presence of these individuals then inheres an active incentive for these individuals to overlook and look out for those new individuals in itself anyways. The reason why this is important is because if you're grappling with things like, say for instance, a lot of unemployment issues ultimately, you create a unique platform where you're able to give these individuals employment opportunities ultimately, because you kind of change the focus on who has to be looked out for. They have their own league, we have to prioritize these local talents. But I think most likely the incentive on investing within these communities is much more likely I'm going to happen. Why? Because you're looking at how you can improve these individuals in themselves to ensure that at the end of the day they're able to beat the competition ultimately, but to be taken in. Notice the aspect on things like transfer windows are things that are able to guarantee you the aspect of getting more resources in itself. It means people like capitalists, or say for instance those who are more interested in maximizing things like profits, have now an ability to most likely push their players ultimately to the big league at the end of the day, because it attracts more marginal returns at the end of the day, something that's important in terms of growth and boosting these specific clubs as a whole within the local communities anyways. You want to join like the big league ultimately, there's an keen incentive for you to try and develop like a sporting in and of itself within these particular countries ultimately, which most likely means you get more sustainable returns ultimately when you're able to participate in it, because the league uniquely comes with more financial benefits that most likely would you would most likely accrue as opposed to how that would happen within the local league at the end of the day. We think that's like largely important for how these individuals are able to sustain themselves at the end of the day. We think this is important. We defend a world where vulnerable communities are given the ability to participate.
We thank that speaker for his remarks. We now welcome the leader of opposition to introduce the case of opposition in today's debate. Here.
Okay, the motion is, this House supports the formation of the African Super League. As the opposition, we are going to show you why their case is problematic in this kind of debate, because they argue things like they want to provide opportunities for this kind of individuals. But also, one thing we need to understand in this debate, that the biggest issue in this debate is not allowing these individuals from going back to their communities or going back to their kind of African leagues where they've been participating, to again participate even after giving them this kind of visibility or giving them this kind of opportunity to participate in those other leagues. One thing we are going to show you, that we need to understand the team that provides to you three things: how you are going to sustain this kind of leagues, both the the leagues that they're trying to advocate for and the African leagues in the first place. But also, we need to understand on the kind of inclusivity that these individuals are going to bring in the first place. One, we are going to show you that this is something that what they are trying to put on is already imposed on our already fragile football ecosystem. One thing we need to understand that even if you claim to elevate things like African football, their case, it neglects the critical foundations of these kind of leagues. One, we show you that this kind of foundation includes like local leagues, things like they act like the grassroots of these kind of individuals, but also it's going to take away this kind of community engagement that sustain this kind of sport. But also, what they are trying to advocate for creates a risk of collapsing this kind of African football rather than improving it in the first place. One thing we need to show in this kind of debate is this: how do these kind of football clubs look like, especially the African football? We show that this kind of local leagues or things like the grassroots systems are on the foundation of what? Of this kind of African football. But they are deeply connected to their local communities in the first place. But also, they're the ones that develop this kind of players that the government bench wants to run in this motion. But they also ensure that kind of regional integration or regional cooperation at the end of the day. These top clubs are then this kind of local communities or this kind of local leagues are like the foundation of what they are trying to advocate for in this scheme. Then that means that this is something that depends that kind of foundation under this kind of thing. But also I need to show you that if you remove necessarily this kind of people, it means that you are going you're going to bring about the collapse of this kind of domestic football clubs at the end of the day. How does the ESL do what? Participate in this kind of thing. It does not solve things like the structural problems that this kind of foundations are facing in the first place. We show you that this kind of thing, you have things like infrastructure, you have things like financial crises, and also what they get on their end is you're getting the grassroots neglect. How? Because you're neglecting the fact that these individuals have been these individuals have been participating or have been trained by their own communities at the end of the day. One thing we need to show you is that it creates a strong elite competition while leaving like the majority behind. Even when they do not show us how inclusive their kind of model is going to look like. But also what to show you that this ESL is a privilege for the few, because things like accessibility to this kind of big clubs is something that is going to be hard. Accessibility to things like sponsors, it's also going to be hard at the end of the day, because it only favors those who have been the best and all that. But what we show you that at the end of the day, it is not sustainable, because what they do is you take these players, yes, it is okay to identify them because of their talent, but the problem is for these individuals to go and do what, and they are not allowed to come and participate back in their what? In their local leagues at the end of the day. Also, one thing we need to know is this, that like in Africa, one thing that is true is that football is Now, that is where the problem is, because you do not provide that kind of thing when you already tell us you're not allowed to come and participate in this kind of local leagues at the end of the day. At a point in time that you have identified them, the motion tells us they're not allowed to participate. Then that necessarily means that if they're not allowed to participate, it means that they're not going to do anything for them. But okay, let's say that we are going to take you on that scenario, that they are going to come back as coaches at the end of the day. They do not have, because you already provide that kind of limitations on them. These are people who have been looking up to them. One thing is for sure in this debate, that at a point in time when you decide to take these individuals or take this kind of best players, we already show you it is okay to identify them, but let them also participate in what? In their kind of leagues at the end of the day. We also show you that in the African Super League, it promises that kind of, it creates a roof for those that already have that kind of talent. But also what happens is that in their world, you create something without a foundation. It means that every foundation that they develop, you are going to take it. That means that that kind of sustainability is not going to be there, because every let's say, that is why we show you that if that was the case in your world, whereby every person you are going to train goes and does not come back, necessarily means that you're demoralizing this kind of people, because no one comes back to their end to help them. Even when you argue that these people can come back and maybe provide things like infrastructure, or provide things like support and all that, they are only going to provide this kind of support if they are only going to benefit from this kind of individuals. That is something that why we feel it is problematic. One, because it is exploitative, because you're only needing this kind of teams for you to only get this kind of individuals to help you advance in the next team, whereas they're not going to come back. Necessarily means people are going to lose morale. We already show you that you're going to dismantle this kind of community engagement. We show you that Africans in the first place do not take football as a sport only. They focus on it, they take it as a social thing, something, it's like a culture to them. At a point in time when you deprive them of this kind of opportunity, even if you come and tell us that you're providing things like competition, opportunities, you can still achieve this kind of opportunities if you still allow them to come and participate in their kind of local leagues. With that, I rest my case.
Thank the Leader of Opposition for her remarks. We now welcome the Deputy Prime Minister to extend the case of open government to the debate. Hear, hear.
All right, thank you. I think this. I'll probably ask for a POI from CEO. Just let me calm down. Okay. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. I think after characterizing that African countries are struggling and structures are bad, I think denying them an opportunity to have great access to all the economic benefits that Rin gave you is a very disingenuous chat from ELO. 2 things I'm going to do for you in this speech. First, I'm just genuinely going to prove to you why they lose and why CEO can't win this debate, and then I'm going to extend on Rin's case. But a couple of clarities here. I think Rin speaks about how you are able to create quality. I just want to add like 2 extra mechanisms why this is true. I think 1, you're able to increase the competition because you're getting the best and the best from each and every country, and when they tend to compete, they tend to get better. This is the same generic argument that we use about the Premier League, and that's why the competition is going to actively happen. But I just want to say, they claim that we're not going to help the poor at the grassroots. I need to explain that the process for creating these groups or these teams that end up going maybe entails a tournament. Because it's a tournament, that's a tournament within Uganda, within Ghana, within Nigeria. All these individuals have the capability to create spaces for them to actively grow. So even if it is true, so I don't think it is actively true that we disadvantage the talent at the bottom because we create a gap. That gap in those countries is actively filled. I just want to explain why this argument is true. This argument is true because you actively get popularity for this league. Because explaining popularity will actively prove to you why we are bound to make those money. Three examples here. The TV rights for just broadcasting this league are incredibly insane. Why? Because they start from the lower structures within those active countries. This looks like how DSTV rights are really expensive. This is why streaming services like Canal Plus are back in Africa because of how many leagues they're actively there. But the second, the increasing popularity of things like AFCON poses the threat that poses a likelihood that people are more likely to buy into African sports. So it's not just African countries, there's people outside actively watching it. What does this mean? It means that there are active investments from big MNCs who want viewership rights, who want to create merchandise. This means that creates the accessibility at the top. This means that when they come and explain that, hey, you're not going to get access, the popularity of this thing encourages investors to invest in countries to create academies where little children learn
how to play, where you increase the talent in terms of scouting, in terms of like things like long marketing. For example, marketing these leagues and marketing those individuals. These are all things when players are switching different countries. When players are switching different countries, you often tend to require companies which help them settle within those places. They're going to get cleaners. They're going to invest in those specific places. Because notice why these things are going to be tangible. When a player goes to the ASL and makes money, they're bound to make money. When they make money, they come back and invest in their particular countries. This looks like Memphis, who went back to Ghana, even if he's not attached to Ghana. He went back, he built academies. This is Sadio Mane helping innocent villages in Senegal. This means that there's an active incentive for you to come back in your countries. OO is right to say that yes, granted, they're going to leave the country, but they can find other ways to invest in that country. You can create your own academies. You're giving back to the grassroots. A couple of specific responses. Notice, the markets in African countries or the football leagues are often saturated. This means that you only tend to have privileged individuals who then finance those local teams. The benefit here is that those privileged individuals go, and then you create a gap where other people can actively take those spaces. But this is the thing. Even if it's true that privileged individuals will take those opportunities, a couple of mechanisms why they will fail. One, the fact that you are bound to make more money when you miss the ESL league encourages a stronger incentive for talent, encourages a stronger incentive. This means rather than taking $1 million from someone's father to allow them play, like you're going to make more money when you join the league because of the TV rights. This means that the economic benefit on our side is much bigger than the corruption they talk about, than the much privileged individuals they talk about. But secondly, I think that one, elite competition isn't bad. I think it has the capability to actively grow things like coaches, because you're going to require African labor, because we are presuming the ESL could have policies like the Black Lives Matter, so like the BBE back in South Africa, where you actively engage Africans to take part in those spaces. This means that our side is particularly better. I'm just going to explain this. Why do I think those players should not come back? And those are 4 strong mechanisms why we think they shouldn't come back. The first is that it creates exclusivity. Exclusivity which gains us access to investments. It creates exclusivity because you are now seen to be better. When you play in the ESL, you can then go to the Premier League, you can then go to other places. Playing back in your local league becomes difficult because it takes away the hype, the pizzazz from you. This means you require that exclusivity where they don't come back and play in the local leagues. But secondly, you have tight schedules. Notice, these are 56 countries, so you tend to travel around the entire world. That is to say, you never actively have schedules to play in your local leagues. But that doesn't mean that you can't play charity matches. That doesn't mean that you can't take part. But thirdly, I just think it's just like it's extremely exploitative if you expect them to play at the ESL and then expect them to go back, because they have tons of work, and that's just generally bad. They're leaving their country. That's why Memphis went back to Ghana. That's why most African people, that's why Mane is building, because they want to be seen back to their communities. Because Africa is a hustle. When you get back up there, you don't forget the ones who are below you. You're bound to actively come back. You have to take part in your national team, so you're actively gonna come back because you gain popularity in those active spaces. You can't win with that. I'm gonna extend before I end up weighing. What's the argument? The argument is that the formation of the ESL leads to unity and pride. Why is this particularly important? The problem in African countries is that you have tons of war. So you have tons of war, you have different countries actively fighting. This looks like Rwanda and Uganda. This looks like the West's influence. But secondly, you have decolonization struggles, decolonization which is actively struggling because people don't want to relate to African countries. The benefit here is that the ESL solves this. 6 mechanisms why this is true. One, the transfers are bound to happen because it's a league. So you have countries actively. So you have Ugandans playing in Nigeria. The same way it works with South Africa, the same way it works with the Ethiopian league. But secondly, you have supporters who travel to actively help those individuals. This fares decrease because there's increased demand of flights. Increased demand of flights means that flights are more likely to actively go down. So you have that accessibility. But 2, the idea on how it is optically good to export your culture. That's why you are most likely to entertain these individuals. But lastly, traveling to those countries and tourism. Because when you go for a league game, you don't go for one day. You stay in that country 3 times. This is to say, you break stereotypes of people within countries. You break the stereotype, oh, that Nigeria is bad. You break all those particular stereotypes. The importance here is that you increase Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is important because at the end of the day, you're going to help reduce the problems in Africa. And also, this actively helps us fight against neocolonialism because African countries can end up depending on themselves. I just think, lastly, this actively reduces discrimination. What's the way up? At best, we win on the impact. Why? We benefit the ESL, the country, the people at the active grassroots, but we also benefit those countries. On OP, you don't have an ESL, you don't tap into all those benefits and the likelihood we've given you, so they lose because we have twofold benefits and the wine is good. Yeah.
For the case, to further extend the case of open opposition, here.
African countries are still poor is because even when we get help from other countries, that help is conditioned. So at the end of the day, we're not able to benefit from it. ASL is not a bad thing, but the problem with it is that it is coming with a condition which is actually not favoring the players. Why is that true and why is it important? Understand, these teams are not coming from out of the blue. We are talking about the best teams in countries, meaning these countries are groomed from grass level. These people, even with the limited resources and infrastructure that my partner talks about, they're able to make something good out of it. But what ASL does at the end of the day is come and take it away and restrict them from coming back to participate. What they say is that, oh, at the end of the day, these players can always do something beneficial for their countries, for the local teams, they can invest. But understand, money does not equate to talent, to skill or what. There are teams that have all the money in the world, they invest in it, but they are not able to compete very well. Why is that true? It is because also the person who directly has the talent is important. When you have this person able to participate in these talents, you're actually grooming it in a better way, other than relying on the money that may come at the end of it all. What do we get from OG basically? They say that, oh, what we're prioritizing is the whole idea of enhancing quality and, being better as a continent, as Africa. And also they say that there are all these problems like underfunding and all that. All these things are true, but the good thing about OG is that they also respect status quo. What do we have in status quo? There are those leagues like AFCON and all that, and you do not just be rich to participate in AFCON like win things, but you go through all these processes. Like you are a top player, a top team, because you're going to go through preliminary rounds and the best will go and participate. But the beauty with AFCON is that they're not going to control you. They will not take away your playing rights from you. You're still able to come and participate back you're still able to support your local team by playing for them. And that is very important for this particular debate. Then the other thing they say, panel, is about the whole idea of improving quality. The major question is, why is it then important for you to improve quality if the people that groomed this quality to where it was are not going to be able to benefit from it? What we believe, the reason why Cameroonian people are proud of Onana, even if he's playing in a foreign country, it's because he's able to come back and help them. When he comes back to help them in their country, he'll be able maybe to keep those goals for them. So at the end of the day, they are directly benefiting from his talent, and that is very important. Then the other thing, Pano, when we talk about investment, we do not have to look at these local clubs that groom these top tier clubs that will emerge at the end of the day as breeding houses, rejected, whereby these people will use the limited resources they have to model these players, and at the end of the day, you're just taking them away from them. Even if you're talking about improving quality and resources and all that, why can't you give these people, if you really care at the end of it all, if you care about Africa, why not give them access to this sort of quality and competition and resources, and then still allow them to participate at local level? Because at the end of the day, you are not the person who groomed this talent at the end of it all. Then what do we say from our case? We say there are very many things we say, but I want to capitalize on this. We describe particularly football as a sport that is not basically a sport. This is a sport that people have identified with. It is part of their culture. It is part of their identity. What does that mean? It means that people relate with these players at a personal level. So it is it's very hurtful for you to take away this specific player, and because you believe that you're going to give them greater opportunities, but you're taking away. Rejected. You're taking them you're taking them away from their local teams, like you're literally breaking the bond between these specific players and the people that groomed them. What are we fighting for from our side? One, we are talking about strengthening the local leagues. Why are they important? Because we have to respect the fact that these local leagues are the ones who have groomed these people. However good you may be at the end of it all, ASL was not there. Even if ASL decides to invest money, but at the end of it all, remember, they are just investing, such at the end of the day, they groom something nice and take it away. The major problem we have with ASL is the whole idea that you are going to take away these participants and do not allow them to participate in the local leagues. Why is their participation specifically important for the growth of the local teams? Remember, these are people we have already identified as top tier. These are very good players. What we need from them mostly is not about the money. The money will benefit them. We're not saying that money is bad. But what you're focusing about is grooming the football club, grooming the football academy. Football academy does not only rely on resources, money, and infrastructure. And mind you, even if we talk about money, resources, and infrastructure, we have to keep it in mind that by the time these small teams are able to create a club that is, considered the best and qualifies for ASL, it means that they already have capacity, even their limited capacity, they're able to build something good. So the question is, why take away something good and then restrict the people who molded it from utilizing it at the end of it all? We tell you things like AFCON that exist. At the end of it all, the things that Rin say that, these people will be able to, get more quality because there's high competition, you're meeting very good players. Even in AFCON, without any restrictions, these good players are able to meet other good players at the end of it all and even improve their quality. Their quality is more beneficial because they are able to come back to the ground level and expound on what was there, other than what ASL is proposing of taking away something good and they leave you with nothing at all. I'm sorry, I'm not tagging you. Then the other thing about why it is important to strengthen these local leagues. The whole idea of competitiveness within games is very important. We get better through competition. And that competition does not exclude a person who has already made it in life. Actually, for a team to be better, it is better for them to have a person who is already good, who has been there, such that they directly learn from that person. When they talk about things like money, you may buy all the balls and the nets and all that, but if the skilled person is there to show them physically, this is how we do it, like this is an inspiration that they can relate with at a personal level, that makes the local leagues even better. When we talk about identity, something that is very important, we need to know that this identity does not only rely with the players, but even the fans. Realize that these football clubs don't only thrive on their players and their talent and all that they have, but even on the fans. The fans will be happier when they see their player, thriving, and that player is able to come back and give back to their community. Because we do not only jubilate when we win as Africa, but we also jubilate when I win as a country, as Kenya. I'll be happy. And my chances of winning at a competition or even qualifying for better competitions is if the good players that were able to mold are still given chance to come back and and participate at home level. So at the end of the day, we are fighting for these local teams because they are the major founders of these talents. They're the ones who groomed them, and it is very right that they need to enjoy the fruits of these clubs.
Right, and that brings us to the end of the opening half. Thank you all so much for your speeches. We will now welcome the member of government to further extend the case of government in today's debate. Here.
I'm going to be starting in 3, 2, 1. The opening government does well to tell you why these leagues are going to be beneficial, but they do not answer the question of why they should not participate in the local leagues. We think that answering this question is something that is going to win us the debate, but first of all, engagement. there is this point of the fact that that you're taking away local talent and all these kinds of things. You're deteriorating the fact that people have contributed to building better players and all these kinds of things. We think that this particular understanding ignores the process of building. We think that when they say local teams are building players, they ignore that process that is very, that requires a lot of resources, that requires a lot of things that the opening government had earlier on been talking to you about. Obviously, we think that we are also going to be able to answer this particular thing, but we think that you are unable to build better players, you are unable to build capacity if you are existing in an area where you don't have the resources to be doing so. And we think that local clubs, if they ignore a talent, they will be unable to do such a thing. Panel, let me do a little bit of framing on what exactly we mean here. We think ASL clubs are at a point in time, the local clubs, first of all, graduate to that elite kind of football, right? At a particular point in time. When this particular graduation happens, that means you form the elite club. Now, when this particular elite soccer league is formed, graduation of these local clubs starts to happen so that a local team is actually able to play their way to the top so that you have that kind of bottom-up growth of clubs. It also means that the teams that are in the elite kind of league are also able to deteriorate when they perform badly into the local clubs. So what we mean here is that at a particular point in time, a local club or an elite club is unable to participate in a local club. So, the requirement for them to be able to participate in that club would be for the local club to play elite football, to take it, to get it that graduation into the elite kind of football. Now, what we mean here is that that kind of football would not be happening at the same time. For example, AFCON, when AFCON is taking place, players that are playing in local leagues, obviously, their leagues are paused at that particular point in time, and that's the kind of thing we are talking about. What's the benefit of this? We think that when you are able to graduate gradually as a local club to that kind of elite football, you are able to be incentivized to work harder to get the benefits that come with playing in the elite kind of football. Why is this true? When you are, that means that you work harder to be able to get into this league, to be able to get the benefits that come with being part of the elite club. The benefits are things like viewership, things like getting sponsorships, getting all these kinds of things. They talk to you about the other house talks to you about things like sponsorships, but we think that they are unable to explain to you why people create sponsorships. We think that people only invest in things which have good football. This is not a kind of benevolent kind of thing. You don't get people you don't get people investing in you because they simply want to invest in a poor club. They invest in you because of the football you play. Now, when we allow the gradual process of growth, that is, you are a local club and you are able to graduate from that local status to an elite kind of football, you are able to work harder, you are able to have more competition, you are able to have all these kinds of things that they are talking about. The second point we bring to you is the fact that you get cross-cultural kind of support. What do we mean by cross-cultural kind of support? They have this point about why they tell you is it that clubs have these local supports and that is what helps them to grow. We think that that is not true because usually clubs are supported by clubs like Manchester United are able to become that big because they have this kind of support in Africa. We think that this is the kind of benefit that you get when you have ASL. Why is this? When you have ASL, you have better viewership, of course, because we have told you you have better viewership because of your clubs, because of the quality of the game you would be able to play, because of this kind of thing. Yes, I'll take that POI.
Can't you still achieve the cross-culture benefit when these players are allowed to come back and play for their local leagues? To
get that kind of benefit, because we have told you that when you have elite kind of football, the players are better, the clubs are better. What makes something elite is the fact that it has more resources, it has better quality football, it has more viewership. The fact that you don't have all these kinds of things makes you unable to get that particular support. There are two reasons as to why people are able to get support. One of them is the elite football. Football exists not just for experiences. It exists to be for people to be able to watch it and see that there is something good going on. Now, when you have the elite kind of football, that is the ASL, you get that cross-cultural kind of support. Why, for example, the kind that is similar to the kind that is enjoyed by the Premier League teams with support from Africa and all around the world. This is the kind of thing that you get on our side of the house, ladies and gentlemen. So, panel, what have we answered in this debate? We think that the opening government has not managed to answer to you why it requires the teams that take place in the ASL to be participating without participating in the local leagues. The reason they don't need to participate in those local leagues is the fact that it will give them the incentive to work hard. It will give the incentive of the local clubs to work harder to be able to join the local clubs. And it would give the incentives of the ones that are at the top not to drop into the local clubs. This is something that is very beneficial in this house. We think that if the team that answers this particular question is the one that is able to get you the win in this debate. Okay. They talk about talents and building of talents. We think that when you have a better kind of football, better quality kind of football, you are able to, people come to watch you because they want to come and watch something good. People don't come to watch you because they are necessarily attached to you. The ones who are attached to you are those that are closest to you. That is the support you get through proximity, right? Now that support that you get through proximity is very small support. It is only limited to your local area. We think that the support, the bigger the support, the bigger the fan base, the better that the better the growth that you receive with these big clubs. With that, I rest my case.
Into this debate. Here, here.
All right, the mic is on, right? Cool. Let me just set up my timer. POIs, just raise your hands. No need to scream POI and shit. But I'll still be able to take you. All right, start my debate in 3, 2, 1, go. Chair, I think this debate was about whether the ASL is going to create benefits that do not exist in the current status quo. I'm going to first show you what current status quo looks like. I think on that basis of teams, current status quo looks like us having the CAF Champions League, the CAF Confederations Cup, and all these premier team tournaments. Why we think these tournaments are important is that there really exists a mechanism where teams can progress from the preliminary round to those particular group stages and be able to compete with that. The problem we have with the ASL on comparative in closing opposition is that because we think that when these teams then graduate to that particular metric, there is no guarantee that then other teams can break into the ASL. We fail to get that clear structure from opening government and also from closing government. But also too, in terms of responses, we think that when they come here and argue things like, look, we are going to have players getting tired and all the things, we think even when you compare that in the concept of quality and all those things, we are much able to achieve quality in our world, on the concept that teams are then incentivized to have huge squads where they can then give opportunities to younger players and also other players to be able to participate. On their world, teams are only going to be driven to participate in only one tournament and no other tournament at the end of the day. The argument that will then incentivize players to participate in charity cups does not then create a comparative on what then a competitive tournament would look like. But even then you don't buy into that, Chair. We think that argument that then financial benefits is something that is necessarily going to be achieved from opening government is entirely flawed on 2 key layers of analysis. During the COVID pandemic in 2020, teams suffered huge losses. Why? This way we're going to get an extension because fans were not necessarily participating were not necessarily engaging in those things like going to watch matches and all those things. We think, Chair, our extension is going to be laid on 2 key layers of analysis. One, we are going to show you why we think fan engagement is important and why we then think that we're going to lose that in the ASL at the end of the day. First, couple of responses. First and foremost, when OG comes and talks us about, look, they're going to enhance things like visibility and quality. We think the existence of existing competitions in status quo already gives teams the incentive to work hard and be able to get there. Teams like the KCCA is then incentivized to buy players within their local leagues to be able to then necessarily give a form of benefit to them, their players, and be able to engage at the end of the day. The problem with their world is that you create the assumption that the visibility that occurs in status quo is going to be extrapolated in their world. We think we do not get a unique layer of analysis on how then that visibility is going to be unique to align the government base. But also too, the idea that Pan-Africanism and tourism and all those things are going to exist in their world, we think those things already exist in status quo. There is no unique nature that the ASL is going to provide that most of the things do not provide. Why? Even when they run the argument of AFCON and all those tournaments. We think that the Champions League and all the Confederations Cups gives teams the liberty to work hard and be able to participate at the end of the day. On a layer of extension on fan engagement and why we think this is important. Notice, Chair, teams are incentivized to do things that were then going to benefit their fans. One, in the form of performances, but also two, buy players that most of these players want to go and watch. When you then alienate those fans, we think fans in themselves in status quo want and anticipate to look at most of these matches. For instance, Man U fans looked up to the game of Man City over the weekend. That in itself is an incentive that we think will not be provided in the world. The continuous perception of you participating in the same teams over and over again, there is no incentive for teams and clubs to be able to look up to those particular matches. In our world, fans are then necessarily going to be neglected. Why we think then this is important is that there is no form of engagement in this particular discourse. I will take a POI from CG. Players already participating there. We see Sadio Mane, who was playing at Liverpool and now playing in the UAE. There's also that guarantee of fan engagement. I think this is why it's important. Fans in and so support teams because of two key reasons. One, they think they have a sentimental value ascribed to the team, but also two, because they think that these teams have a form of local buy-in at the end of the day. If you then necessarily cut off that form of local buy-in, you then lose the inherent benefit of fan engagement in that particular regard. We think if you then lose fans, we think that for you to have a form of something that's sustainable, it should give you benefits both short-term, medium-term, and long-term. If you then lose that kind of benefit long-term, you then necessarily don't get the kind of benefits that are gained by OG shoot.
The KCCA and Real Madrid are the same exact teams.
I think the entire argument that then broadcasting rights in themselves is a key pillar of these teams making profits is entirely flawed. Why? Because COVID in themselves is a glimpse picture of what you lose if you then lose fans in the vast majority of instances. If you then acknowledge that you will lose fans, if you then do this, I'm going to engage why we think you're going to lose fans. Basic explanation. Notice, if you then engage in activities where you then do not engage the fans, because fans are going to get tired of repetitive participation. The reason why we think the Champions League in themselves and the Confederation Cup are important tournaments is that teams, like KCCA, the Ugandan team, is going to be more incentivized to participate with Al Ahly or Mamelodi sometimes once in a particular season or twice when those teams then come to their local grounds to be able to participate. If you then lose that in this particular debate, you are then not going to get a form of incentive in that particular regard. In their world, you create the perception that because you then continuously versus those particular top teams, you then lose out on that particular narrative. In our world, fans are then not going to have a form of incentive to continuously participate in these things. Why then we think this is then going to be problematic to that team long term? We think the idea of financial inclusion and these teams necessarily benefiting financially is something that we think is symmetrical. The reason why we think the current Champions League is something beneficial to teams is because there's a continuous improvement in broadcasting rights. We do not think that because you have created an ASL, there's going to be a guarantee that most of the things are going to happen either way. We think that most of these existing status quo are then necessarily put there because they then benefit teams and players. Teams in themselves participate in these tournaments because they have a form of financial benefit ascribed to them, but also too, they have a form of incentive to their particular teams. That's why you see that every time a team performs badly, there's a call for the coach of a particular player or backlash on the particular players. In our world, you get two key benefits. One, teams are then already incentivized to necessarily work hard, but also two, we still get a form of inclusivity in the local leagues. The reason why we think local leagues are important is that fans have a form of ascribed benefit that are attached to these particular things. If you then lose that kind of linkage in themselves, teams are then not going to, fans are then not going to be incentivized to work hard to probably go and watch teams and also necessarily buy into the particular match in that particular regard. On the final layer of analysis we're going to get from CEO, we think that the reason why we think the entire argument you get from OG and CG is flawed is that they do not give us a clear metric on what they consider to be big teams. In our world, there's already a clear metric in that particular regard. Big teams are those teams that necessarily win their leagues or perform better and are then going to be incentivized to compete in the already existing structures and status quo. If you then lose that, there is no guarantee that you are then going to necessarily continuously have a form of perpetuated benefits in that particular discourse. But also then, we think that the benefits that are necessarily truncating the current status quo, the thing of why we think that most of the things are already existing, we think that individuals put a huge premium to some of these matches. We think if individuals are then putting huge premiums on particular matches during the course of the season, teams are then going to be more incentivized to work towards those teams. There is no guarantee that because a team plays then they're going to be tired and all those things. We think that for you to necessarily develop quality, teams have an incentive to have huge squads to participate in various tournaments. You get that best in C as well.
Case in its entirety. Here.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. I'll be starting in a bit. Just let me fight the nerves. Okay, panel, we think that this debate has been characterized by one, misconstruing of a lot of the arguments on the side of the opening opposition, arguing for players as opposed for teams as a collective, and we'll show you why that simply doesn't fly in this debate. But secondly, we think that this debate has also been characterized by a lack of clarity as the opposition claims, and we sort of blame OG for that. But I think by the fact that the entire opposition team really buys into everything that they characterize. They buy into what elite teams are, that these are teams that play big football. These are teams that are recognized within their leagues and also globally. They cite examples of KCCA and Melody Sundowns. Implicitly, they buy into the whole characterization of the opening government, and we think it's disingenuous for them to now come and claim that there was no characterization or things like this. But a bit of engagement from to the case of the closing opposition. Now, the closing opposition mainly argues for two things. One is on the fan engagement. We'll show you why that is better realized within our world, and we'll show you the mechanisms for why that happens better within our world. They argue the same thing that the opening opposition argues, that there will be no local buy-ins, and that means that people will not support their teams, that fans of these football clubs are sort of attached to them, which means that when they go to the ASL, they won't be supporting them. We think that one doesn't fly, because one, you can simply support your team within the ASL, right? So you can simply just go with them wherever. But secondly, we also think that there is better fan engagement, which is the point that Nick brings to you when he talks about cross-cultural engagement. That as opposed to you supporting KCCA within your village in Uganda, then there is the possibility that the entire African nation can rally behind Melody Sundowns. That no one here is like born in Madrid or Barcelona, but they have that sort of buy-in into that cross-cultural aspect of these particular football teams. We think that that is exactly the benefit that you get from ASL, which you do not get within the local leagues. We therefore think that the fan engagement is really better within our own, because as opposed to your Ugandan fans, you therefore now have the visibility within the entire African nation to enable you to actually get buy-in from other people elsewhere, which really grows your club and really is better for African football generally. But secondly, they say that there is no unique benefit within the world, or within the world within our world, something that you don't get in current status quo. We would like to point to them two things. First is that a lot of the leagues right now that unify African football clubs are one, largely national in nature. That means that they are specifically attached to specifically countries like Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria, they participate in AFCON and whatnot. We think that there is a lack of individual private clubs, right? But why is that important, and why do we answer their question of unique benefit best within our world? We think that within our world, we bring you something that you do not get within the world. First, we clarify on the system. Why is this system important? We think that the possibility of upward movement of these clubs that then play within their local leagues and then are able to move upwards to the ASL when they gain elite status means that local football clubs can therefore aspire to higher leagues. But secondly, we think that clubs that fail within the ASL, that when you fail to play good football there and therefore lose, then that means you will fall back down to your local leagues. We think that it is important to recognize two things in this debate. One is that the motion clearly states that you cannot participate in both at the same time, right? It does not say that once you play the ASL, you will never be allowed to play the local leagues again, right? It says when you're playing one, you cannot play the other. Why is that important? And this is exactly the exclusive engagement that you get specifically from CG, and why we think that we win this debate, because it answers both the concerns of the opposition teams. Why is it important for there to be exclusivity of the local leagues? Why is it important that teams that go and play the ASL cannot participate in the local leagues? Why is this important? We think that it comes down to something very simple, and that is that exclusivity brings with it an aspirational value, right? That means that that means that if you are playing the other side, you cannot play this side. That means that the local teams within these local leagues that therefore fill the gap when the elite teams go can aspire to the ASL. And that means that the team within the ASL will try to play better football and compete better so that they do not fall. Why is this aspirational value important? Why is this aspirational value important? Because we think that the criteria here is which league, which world do you get better engagement from football fans? 2, which world is better for teams and growth, like the opening government already characterizes for you? But 3, which world do you get better growth of African football, right? And we think that is better growth within our world, because this aspirational value within these particular systems will be watered down when you say, okay, now you can go and play the ASL, but anytime you want, you can come back to the local leagues. We think that defeats the whole point, because the ASL is no longer exclusive. We think that exclusivity brings with it an aspirational value, which collectively encourages, 1, the growth and the aspiration to the ASL, but also 2, encourages the local teams to therefore have an aspirational value to move upwards to bigger leagues. Now, secondly, on our extension on cross-cultural support and why is this important for African football, we characterize to you that we do a comparative analysis of a lot of European teams. Like, so you have the Real Madrids, the Barcelonas, the Manchester Uniteds that are supported the world over, but this does not exist for African nations, right? Nobody supports KCCA. I know very few Ugandans that actually support Melody Sundowns, and this is because, 1, there is no visibility within these leagues that OG already tells you. But secondly, because no cross-cultural systems exist to bring these clubs together and put them before the African people as a collective, right? Therefore, if you want to watch Ugandan football, you have to take in the time to actually go and watch Ugandan football at the grassroots. There is no mechanism or there is no platform that brings African football collectively. This is exactly the niche that the ASL solves, and this is exactly why you think we get that cross-cultural support, which enables growth for the African teams generally, but for also African football collectively. We think that on that metric, they can only but support the ASL, right? Because we think within their world, they lose that exclusivity and aspirational value, and therefore they water down the whole point of having those things. But also we think that the local clubs are left with a niche that they can therefore participate and aspire to go forward. Because it's not true that once the elite teams go and play the ASL, there will be no teams left to play local leagues. We think that does not make sense. It fails on logic, right? We think that therefore within our world you get better engagement, and I rest.
Thank you. Here.
In and out, and I say Uganda. I'm starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think, James, we are going to go back to the basics of a support motion. In a support motion, what is important is that you argue on what you bring on the table that is exclusive from what we have. 2, your exclusivity benefits must show that what we have today is very different from what you have. But also, you also need to understand, let me just rush to responses, really, and show how there is no exclusivity. Number 1, you argue that, you see, we are going to maximize or we are going to enhance quality talent. 2 things here. understand that already we have AFCON, we already have Champions League in Africa, we already have these competitions in Africa that are happening and are enhancing talent. For example, that is why the Omendi goal was put on Puskas Award, just because his talent has been seen. That simply means that when you say that you're enhancing talent in your side of in your side of the house, just by giving us that sort of visibility, we show you that visibility is still here. You're using the same broadcasters in this same competition, the same broadcasters that broadcast AFCON. You're saying that people are going to be traveling from one country to another, but we still see friendlies within Uganda and Egypt. We still see friendlies with. Actually, right now as I talk, the Uganda's team is in TZ having that friendly. So what exclusive benefit do you bring that show that you're enhancing quality talent to a player or a team? But also, see, James, you argue and say that you see we are going to have like this sort of popularity on the grassroots, you know, on the grassroots competition. I think, James, we need to answer two things here. Your side of the house is arguing on those guys just excluding themselves from the local leagues. What that simply means is like how you see Saka playing good football in England, but he's not born in England, or how Mbappe is playing good football in Real Madrid, and is not and is not born from France. And at the end of the day, because that competition gives them visibility, they end up selling their rights, their country rights, and end up going to countries like France, because they think they are going to get a lot of visibility there. The impact it has on our side then simply means that if you're saying that you're going to bring popularity to the grassroots, that popularity is not there, because we have seen players sell off their popularity already, not to go back and develop their grassroots levels. James, yes?
You can like support.
I think I need to also like argue two things, because your CG was deliberative and they don't have things that are exclusive. When you argue and say that you're going to get a lot of revenue, and our extension is on how best you're going to lose funds, we have to show you how you're going to lose funds. One, we show you that the idea or the reason as to why Manchester United and the Manchester City match had a lot of fans was because they are not anticipating what is going to like be the result. In your side of the house, you're saying that these top teams are going to be selected and taken, which simply means that the local teams here are going to anticipate the results because you have already picked the top teams from us. What that necessarily means is that the local club that built you here is actually being left out, because we already anticipate that KCCA is going to win Vipers, so that fan base is no longer going to go on Vipers and say, because we know every time we watch Vipers and KCCA is going to lose, which simply means that something that made you're losing it. So at the end of the day, we think then that our side of the house shows you two things. One, we show you that competition on our side of the house is on two layers, Chair. Competition is on the fact that these local clubs will all agree that structurally we are bad, okay? But the competition that we have on our side of the house is that we are able to brand people, we are able to groom people from these structures, and they go there and come back and participate here. When we have Onana participating in a league in Africa, or when we have let's say, because the debate is about teams, when you have a team of Onana participating in a league, that's when you get the popularity here. Why? Because this guy is already popular on that level. But when you see that they shouldn't come back because they are going to get tired, that is not exclusive, because it is here. It is already happening. So when you're having those arguments, we then think that you lose. So we told you two things. You're going to make huge losses when you don't have things that your fans want, but also when you feel that your fans are no longer participating, what happens is that the benefits that you're talking about that you're going to get, you don't get them. Then what then did CG argue? CG argues on cross-cultural benefits. Chair, understand that the reason why players go to Ghana and end up eating fufu or jollof fish or rice is because these things already happen. Like we have seen players go to Ghana and experience those cultural integrations. So when you argue and say that you have cultural benefits just because you're traveling a country to go and play football, we show you simple. These things already happen in our side of the house. Nicholas argues and says that, you see, in our side of the house, we are going to work hard. The question in the debate is, how do you consider a best top team in your world? How we consider best top team in our world is we have these local competitions, and we know that KCCA is a great team. So how do you consider a best top team in your side of the house when you are tarnishing or when you're taking away the teams that made these top teams? So at the end of the day, we then think that that is not a case. So understand, where do you get a lot of subscription? Is it in the side where James argues that you're going to see elite teams, top teams going to, you know, be better or play elite football? Or is it in our side of the house where we see the status quo being improved or the status quo being invested in as far as resources are concerned? We then think, Chair, that you get a lot of fan base, you get a lot of premiums, you get a lot of people attaching themselves to various, to various clubs, when they know that they have that sense of belonging and that sense of ownership, which you don't get on their side of the house. I rest.
And in, say, about 10 minutes, we'll come back and we'll give the rankings and feedback. Thank you once again, and we'll be back very soon. what was a pretty interesting round, right? I mean, it is round one. I have been in several tournaments. I know how rusty we can be in round one, particularly with how long we've had to like wait until it starts. So I expect that round one would naturally be like a rusty round, and then as time goes on, we get better. And I'm certain that we are going to get better. Is that true? Opposition, is that true? Are we going to get better in this tournament? All right, so that said, I will do rankings, justification, and a few comments right after. Rankings. From the panel, we think that, and here's the rankings, fourth to first. In fourth place, on a unanimous decision, we have closing government. In third place, on a 2-1 split, we have opening government. In second place, on a 2-1 split, we have opening opposition. And unanimously, in first place, we have closing opposition. So the rankings, first to fourth, closing opposition, opening government, and closing government. Here's why. So ultimately, we think that today's debate was largely an opposition debate. It was an opposition win. Because one of the things that government fails to do in today's debate is to establish exclusivity. Very crucial. Exclusivity, right? So when you argue all of those benefits that would exist under the ASL, the question we kept asking from the panel is, why doesn't those benefits already exist with things like the CAF Champions League? Because in reality, and this is something that closing opposition addresses in their speech, tournaments like the CAF Champions League and the CAF Conference Cup are already a competition for the elite teams in Africa. True or false? True or false? Exactly. That's already a competition for like the top teams in Africa, of which with those tournaments there's even better structure because it's a better clear-cut mechanism on how a team becomes an elite team. It's not just some hogwash. It's not just some assumption that, oh, this team has to be the best team. There is a clear-cut structure. You won your local league. That makes you the best team in your country in that year. And then you now go ahead and play in the CAF Champions League and in the CAF Confederations Cup. These are pretty much the same thing that you campaign for with the ASL, where you take the top teams and then you go and put them in a league. So the question we kept asking is, what exactly, right, are those benefits that you would enjoy exclusively, like with the ASL, and why aren't they currently enjoying them with the CAF Champions League? So what government needed to have done to have ranked better in today's debate was an analysis of the problem. And I think that this is where people failed a lot, right? Analyze what the problem is with the current setup and why ASL would fix those problems. Very important. We can't run under the assumption that, oh, once we start ASL, TV rights would automatically become expensive and people can make more money. A lot of investors will pump in. The question is, okay, so why is it that with the CAF Champions League, for example, TV rights is not as priced as high as with the Premier League? Why? Because there is a nuance around the nature of Africa and African sports. And this is something that Open Opposition talks about. There's a nature within African sports, right? So the reason why investors wouldn't bring so much money or wouldn't pay so much, a very high premium on the Premier League, as or the CAF Champions League or any African league as they would on the Premier League is because they know that the African market doesn't have like the power, the financial capabilities to really like give them a return on investment. So if I set TV premium, for example, as high as Premier League, $100 million, like Premier League TV rights runs into billions of dollars. If I set it at that and an investor pays it, how does he get his money back? How many Africans can afford to pay such a high premium to attend matches or to even watch the matches to start with? So your identification of the problem was very faulty. When you are going to introduce a new model or a new system, when you're going to support a new way of doing things, you have to show what is wrong with the current way of doing things and why that ASL or why that new thing you are introducing is going to solve those problems. This is the biggest issue that we had from the panel with government bench, is that you fail to analyze what exactly is wrong with the current way in which African sport is set up and why it necessitates an ASL. So let's leave all of the benefit analysis, for example. The benefit analysis of things like, oh, more money, people are paid better. At the very core, what is the problem with African sports and why is it not developing? You mentioned it, that, oh, there's an infrastructure problem, there's a developmental problem. Why do those problems exist? And how is ASL going to solve those problems? This is something that you all largely fail to do, and that's why we thought that opposition won the debate. So, on a opening-closing comparison, why do we think the opening ranks above closing? So we think that the only real substantive that we get from closing was around a model, a mechanism, as to how, teams can be promoted into the Super League and can be demoted back into their local leagues. Right? That is something that you guys largely introduced, because the entire opposition kept asking, how do you identify who the elite teams is and whatnot? First of all, how is that any different from what currently exists? And how is that going to solve any problem? Because what currently exists is the guys who win in the local leagues go and play the CAF Champions League and CAF Confederations Cup. So how is what you are proposing any different? And when you lose there, you can be demoted. When you come back to your local league, you play again, you compete in the local league to pick your spot again. And if you don't win your local league, you can't go to the CAF Champions League. You have to keep playing your local league until you can win. So what exactly is unique about your model that doesn't already exist? We don't get it. So the only real contribution that we get from closing government in the debate was around that promotion and demotion. But we don't think that that is sufficient to rank above the contributions that we get from opening government in the debate. Remember, this is an opening government, closing government comparative, right? So the opening government tells you things like, you get better grassroots development, you attract investors, TV rights, a lot of things that are assertions and are not proven to as much as they needed to be. Because we can't just assume that, investors would automatically just come because you started an ASL and an elite league. Why didn't they come with the CAF Champions League? Why didn't they come to that extent? Right? It's like, we can't take those assumptions. So while those arguments were not as solid as they should have been, there were still much more relevant contributions to the entire debate, and they did a decent job in the structure of the debate, right? But it was still a much more relevant contribution than just the idea of promotion and demotion, which is pretty much the only thing that we get from closing governments in the debate. On opposition, right? I've already explained why opposition ranks above government as a bench, but why we think closing opposition wins above open opposition. We think that first, closing opposition does the best job in explaining what the current structure of African football is. They are the ones who introduced the CAF Champions League and the CAF Confederations Cup. Those things are really crucial in the conversation, because when you bring proposals like this, the first question any reasonable person, any logical person wants to ask is, we are already doing this. What's different? Right? So they do a better framing around like what the current status quo is, which is very, very important. But more than just that, they do so much more work to identify what the problems are, what the problems are going to be with the ASL, something that opposition doesn't do, open opposition doesn't do as well as they should do. They introduced some of them, for example, things like how you're going to kill the local leagues, but are not as expansive as closing opposition was on how exactly like you're going to be damaging the local leagues and the impact that damaging the local leagues would have on African sports on a holistic level. Closing opposition does a better job in that analysis than what we get from open opposition. Also, closing opposition introduces better extension, things like, how you are going to be alienating fans because they can't always afford to go to those tournaments, and they can no longer watch their teams play local league football. So for example, if I am an Ayimba supporter, right, and I live in Nigeria, I can no longer watch Ayimba participate in the local league because Ayimba has now gone ahead to go and play in the Super League. And a lot of the matches, and something like, as OG already introduces, that those players would have to travel a lot to other countries. A lot of fans can't afford to do that travel. So what that means is you are automatically alienating those fans from the teams that they have grown to love. And the impact that has. This is why they are most interested in closing opposition. Is they don't just tell you the problem. They tell you the impact that problem would create within the African space. So they tell you how, alienating those fans would even disincentivize investors in the first place to even want to invest in the sport. Because one of the things that pull people into the sport is how much fan base you have. That's why Real Madrid will have more sponsorship than, a smaller club. Why? No, that's not what you said. I know you mentioned Real Madrid. But that's why Real Madrid will have more sponsorship, because they have a wider fan base. So fans are very crucial to the sustainability of the sport. When you alienate fans from being able to enjoy football of the teams that they have grown to love, you are gradually killing the sport, and that is problematic. That is a very crucial contribution that we get from closing opposition in the debate that, help them rank above these guys. And also, they do so much work to engage the entirety of this bench. Because one of the biggest arguments that came from the entirety of your bench, particularly the opening, was around incentives. How the existence of the ASL would incentivize teams to want to work harder so that they can compete in the ASL. But they tell you that that already exists. Because participation in the CAF Champions League and in the CAF Confederations Cup is already so much incentive to drive teams to want to perform well in their local leagues so that they can compete in those spaces. So the incentive that you try to have in your world is not exclusive and already exists to a large degree. So what you need to show us was why you will get a greater incentive than what currently exists. You cannot show that without identifying the problem with what currently exists. And like I said, this is one of the biggest issues that we had with this guy. So we think that closing opposition does so much more in responses. So much better in responses. Literally, they took out the entirety of government bench. They do so much better in responses, and their contributions, right? Their contributions were very crucial. You know, things like like particularly around like guarantee, like how people kept assuming that TV rights would make so much money, investors will come. Closing opposition comes and tells you, see, there is no guarantee of any of this happening at all. Like, what is the guarantee that once you start an ASL, TV rights will cost as much as $1 billion? Because if TV rights don't cost that much, then you cannot make as much money to get all of the outcomes that you want to have, right? So what is the guarantee? Those guarantees don't exist. They are assumptions, they are assertions. And remember with debates, we cannot rank assertions. Remember, assertions would never be enough to win the debate. So you need to go past the point of assertions to actually prove it. And that's something that I think that the entirety of government bench, particularly OG, because you had like some decent introductions, like some arguments, but they were not analyzed at all. Like analysis was very faulty, and that's why we couldn't buy them, because we think that they just stopped as being assertions. So that's about it. If you would require personal feedback, you can meet myself or any of the panelists, and we'll be glad to give you personal feedback. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in round 2.
what happened in round one, but we can obviously change from round two as we progress. Judges, I don't know, to be honest. An average speech is 75. If you have a nerve to give someone a 66, you are simply saying this person just stood up and said hi and sat down. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. As a judge, we expect you to be able to assess the debate and know what an average speech looks like. An average speech is a speech, like a decent speech. It doesn't have to be perfect. Yes, maybe someone doesn't have like extreme mechanisms, no clear impact. That's fine. That's what an average speech is. That's why we say it's an average. We don't expect that like the majority of people here are below average. And I don't want to be reminding people what an average speech looks like. From round two, if you score people below average, I will call you and you will explain to me what an average speech is. Because honestly, I can't be having majority of the people scoring below 7.5. That is not happening. And I think that probably should happen in round one. It was an error, we apologize. But as we move forward, as a judge, it's embarrassing as well. Like you know yourself, like, why am I giving a 66? So yeah. Second thing then, in terms of like just like the arrangement of like the logistics, judges, I know sometimes it's very difficult for us to identify certain clashes. If you are put in a room where maybe like there's someone from your institution or like there's a clash and it's not registered, please do let equity know or do let CAP know and we can sort that out. Because it's really unfair that you sit the whole 1 hour in the debate room knowing that this person like is like a member of the debate union and you are judging them. Obviously, they'll win in most instances. Judges. So just for your own, like dignity and other things, let us know in advance and we can sort that out. Yeah, I don't know if there are any announcements.
Have emotions, so be mindful of how you react to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Equity. The draw is live. You can access it on Calico tab. Thank you. But you will notice that the team names have changed. You are now using your institution's prefixes as team names. It's high time we stop seeing some very funny names, but yes. If you are not sure which one is your institution's name, just go to participant list, search up your name, and your team name should also show, and keep that in mind. That's your team name for the rest of the competition. Motion, song.
Sorry, the draw is public on WhatsApp. So if you don't have WhatsApp, we'll probably try and read the draw for you. But if you have WhatsApp, you can check the group chat. In room 1, opening government, JKUATA, opening opposition, GUB, closing government, Mark E, and closing opposition, UONC. In room 2, I want to go inside the blocking. Is that a question? Yes.
Are we going to continue with the team names being like the below institutions prefix?
Yes.
It's an issue because now if I have derived with, for example, UCT, now they're identifiable and I can target along with my entire people. So that's very problematic.
So, yeah, we do understand with that concern, but obviously we thought it's better than what's happening in round one, given like that in round one you only had like 60% of the team using like their institutional names. So this meant that only 40% were protected. Even though we are trying our best really to give code names, we can give code names, but the code names that we can give you right now, if you want them, won't be the best code names. Like it will be like the names of like the emojis. If people are happy with that, we can progress with that really. So are we all happy with that? Emojis? No worries, we have noted that. So we will do the code names with the emojis. Let me know if it's done. Use code names public. Yeah, code names public. And then real names, code names, yeah. Yeah. And then check public. Okay, so we have done that. Everyone, please go on WhatsApp, check the tab link on WhatsApp, and check your team name. That will be the emoji name. So from round 2, as you progress, those will be the team names. So yeah, we just want to give you like 5 minutes to go through that. The draw is still public anyway, so you can still check the draw on your side, but we'll announce the draw after 5 minutes. Just checking, anyone who doesn't know their room for round 2, which institution? Do you know your team name? Sorry? What's your name, like your first name? Isaiah. Check Isaiah. Is it Isaiah Ajak? Your team name is?
Your team name is Deciduous Tree. Deciduous Tree. And you should be... You are CO in room 5 as well. Yeah.
Anyone else? What's your? How much? How much? What's your last name?
Your team name is Handbag. Handbag. Motion song for round 2. Motion song 1 is Work Hard, Play Hard by Wiz Khalifa. Work Hard, Play Hard by Wiz Khalifa. And Life is Good by Drake. Are there any other issues? We release the motion in 1 minute. Are there any other issues? I presume not. Great. The use of electronic devices, completely prohibited.
Okay, guys, less noise. Less noise, please. Thank you. Okay, so when it comes to computers or whatever, we don't allow that. Please don't do it. If you have an issue, like let's say maybe, I don't know, that really is an equity issue, that should be recorded with equity and you should be approved to use your computer during debate. Only judges can use their computers to judge debate. As speakers, you have to write on a piece of paper if you want to write, or just speak like that. If we find you using your computer without reporting that to the equity team and without approval from equity, trust me, you will see.
The time is 5:25. Debate begins at Debate begins at 5:40. The motion reads, this House, as a tech university graduate, would rather primarily focus their efforts on becoming an entrepreneur rather than going for a corporate job. This House, as a tech university graduate, would rather primarily focus their efforts on becoming an entrepreneur than going for a corporate job. Debate begins in exactly 15 minutes. You may leave the room. Thank you.
A reminder, room 1 to 4, ground floor CTF, room 5 to 9, CTF level 1, room 10, you remain here, room 11 to 18, TTE building. Those going to TE, please get out so that we can move together.
Judges' allocation is not fully done, so you can just like remain behind if you are judging. Yeah, judges, please remain behind. All judges, please remain behind. If you are a judge and you have gone outside, please come back. Judges, can we move forward, please, so that we don't shout? Judges, can we move forward, please? Are you guys at the back, no judges? Are you just public speakers or observers? Oh, okay. So they're not judging at all, just public speaking. That's interesting.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people
Okay, judges. Okay, again, thank you so much for judging. I know it's not easy to connect with all the drama that has been happening. For round two, can we have one ballot per room? I know we have some judges that want to, over-submit ballots, which is a very nice thing to do. But obviously, not to confuse the test master, I would appreciate if we have one ballot per room. So you discuss the whole panel and then submit one ballot via your private journal house on Kaneko. Do we all have private journal house for Kaneko? Great. So we can all do that. I know there are some chairs that want to just submit the scores on their own and ask the judges like a range. Please discuss the score. Don't just ask the range and say, what do you think the range is? Sure, you can have the conversation, but at the end, you need to agree if maybe you're giving a speaker a 79 or a 77. That should be an agreement. Don't say, what's the range? Maybe like the range is 72 to 78, and then you leave it like that. That way, it's like, if we have an issue with the ballot, we can ask either of the judges. As you guys noticed, like when there was an issue in round one, where there was a record of like a tie in one of the rooms. So now we don't know. So we are looking for the chair, we can't find the chair. The panelist doesn't know the actual scores, like who got what. So if you guys discuss, then it means everyone in that room at least knows something, and that's really beneficial for us as well. What else? Do you guys have any issues, questions, concerns?
Okay, so when you look at the range, an average debate should be ranging from, for example, if you think it's an average debate, 75 to maybe 78, right? But that's above average, average to above average. Then you will have an average, below average, ranging from 75 to maybe 70, right? That's going to be an average to below average debate. A debate that's above average will range perhaps from 77 to upwards. Don't go things in 90 range. If someone speaks and God has descended and spoke, that is 100, and that's 90. That's the range. That's not going to happen. So please go to the 90. So when you're doing something above average, it should be from range 77, maybe 85, and even on going something as high as that, we will question it and we'll probably follow up with you to ask you why do you do something as high as that. Something that we should not be seeing something as 66, 67, 68, and if you have to be putting something like 69 or 70, we probably follow up and ask you why do you score like that. But that's not to say that it's not going to happen, it's just to say that we
Maybe
follow
get to
up
that
and
infrared.
why is the point so just range. The importance of this is that you don't want to have like a far spectrum of points. In a room as well, there shouldn't be such a different range unless it truly reflects someone spoke up or spoke and did a very credible speech. The second person stood up, didn't say anything, sat down. Then that should be reflected on these ballots. So think about what is in the ballot and the score that reflects that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, judges, if you know where you're going, you can start moving now. If you know where you're going, you can start moving. Yes. The judge's role is public. I can also take your club that you are now. If you know where you're going, you can just go in. If you don't know, you can come and ask.
Guys, the judge draw is final. Debates are supposed to begin now, so please move like now.
If you don't know where you're going, come and ask. Otherwise, let's get moving.
I'm checking this thing, but I'm not sure. I'm on my way. Maybe I won't take it.
Oh, you're 16 is not the other building. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same hall, but I just moved to the other building.
You actually recognized me. I didn't think you were going to recognize me. No. I just went MIA because I don't have a contact. I actually tried calling you on FaceTime audio. Yes. I tried calling you on FaceTime audio. Yes, just as you walked. I don't know if you can see. I think they should be showing my email. Let me see. Yes. Oh wait, just I think I should be able to listen to it. Is it me that you miss or you miss the drama? Don't worry, I'm going to come back.
That's what happens when you're drinking. Huh? No, it was closed. Oh, I'm actually new.
Why? Where did you hear that before? Hi, ladies. Hi. Come. Please come for the papers. Anybody who wanted papers? Because if she hadn't asked, where would I have been? I didn't remember that. Okay, go to my yes. I need to run. Now the energy drink is here, so I can run.
Tell me all the stresses I mentioned. I listen and don't
Yeah. My drink is here. I'll come back. Else I'll get distracted. Where's room 9?
Room 10, we're about to start.
You are here, sir. You are not starting anything.
It was a deadline. That's what you
No.
Okay, I have one for the final.
Please watch our stuff for us. Please watch our stuff.
Oh, you're coming back.
Yeah, most likely.
So where are they coming to speak? They'll speak from here.
That's a beautiful camera. Oh. These in the back.
Yes.
about to hear me trash them. Guys, can you hear me? Okay. Yes? I can't hear you. Yeah. Record if you can. Okay, I'll start on my next word. Chair, we do believe from opening government that selling your souls for something that eventually becomes peanuts is unworth it. Selling your soul to the devil, e.g. capitalism in this debate, isn't just fair, especially if you're going to choose to primarily focus on getting a corporate job. The debate doesn't require a complete trade-off, but opening government is happy to engage the world where we have to completely defend you becoming an entrepreneur and leaving away with the pursuit of a corporate job. We think that that's a potential angle this debate could take. Most importantly, we say you could work the corporate job as a part-time on our side of the house. You could decide not to work it at all. That is within the confines of the debate. In terms of setup, a number of things. I think the first, in terms of framing, is that as an individual who just went into a technological school, you probably care about things like innovation, right? And we think that that's something that's worth considering. Secondly, we think because of recent events, such as an influx of scholarship available or just improved living standards across the globe, though disproportionately, university has become relatively accessible, so you have many people going to university for education or going into tech school because it's believed to have more money. So you have an influx of young people going into these places to get that amount of money. Also, online universities exist, so you have a very saturated employment market where there's a high unemployment rate across the board, even in developed economies like the US, because it is very competitive and may lead individuals to have a work-life imbalance because they need to satisfy corporate requirements. This particular actor probably has three things as incentives. The first is that they probably did tech to try and solve some global issues. We say they may be altruistic. Secondly, they might actually love money and went into this to actually make money because it's a booming industry. Or lastly, they just have a love for innovation that they probably want to maximize on. The context here, before we compare corporate and entrepreneurship, we think tech changes daily with a very high rate of change. We think in this instance then, because of the volatility of technological companies, we say tech companies, sorry, what? Can someone just pause, please? I can't speak. Okay. Okay, I'll proceed. Also, with the context of what's recently happening, for example, the ban of TikTok in America, the age restriction in Australia, and the outright discussion in the EU to actually ban this, we do claim from opening government that tech companies are probably going to be under attack in the long run. That's something you probably want to consider when you're choosing what to primarily focus on. Corporate versus entrepreneurship. We think in this instance, the corporate world has strict rules and contracts, performance-based firing and hiring. You have things like non-compete agreements that we're going to talk about on opening government, while any kind of innovation you're eventually going to make under this corporation doesn't belong to you. You've wasted 9, 50, hundreds hours of your life making technology that eventually doesn't become yours. But secondly, the unstable, because of mass layoffs, for example, we think in this instance, companies going out of businesses because of the volatile nature in which most of these technologies work. We think that that's something that's worth putting into consideration. This is the argument that potentially have a number of layers. But is there a question so far? Let's proceed. We think, yes? But making up your own business doesn't require you to have robust advertisement mechanisms for people to buy your tech product at the end of the day. We think that this is something you're likely going to look at the people near your home, what do they need, and actually sell it. We think that that's easier than adapting to strict rules that eventually frustrate you in the long run. Argument one, stability and better self-actualization. We say two things under this. One, you work on your own terms. We say as someone that's just off of the university, there's a level of freedom that you've had. Chair, Yet, these individuals have probably had to decide over the last few months if they should go to class or not, if they should go for group discussions or not, and whether raving on a Thursday night is a very logical decision to make, especially when the next day they have class. This means then these individuals is being subjected to a very radical and violent change that we do not advocate for. But secondly, you employ tech developers here. We say more power is given to you when you become an entrepreneur. On our side, you could actually become an entrepreneur and sell tech. We think that that is something that eventually works. This minimizes the risk of you putting in hundreds of hours during the day and end up not owning that type of tech. 4 things under this. A, you are able to get investors. We say equity and development funds like the Norwegian Development Fund or the Qatar Development Funds, for example, across the world, are very specific on trying to solve mass unemployment across the globe. This means this individual gives out billions of dollars yearly to start up companies in a bid to solve the mass unemployment that we talked to you about. So we think on a balance, you're more likely going to get investors to actually make this entrepreneurship business work. But even if that's not the case, we think interest rates in most banks are significantly low, like you've heard what the Federal Reserve System has done to try and encourage people to actually self-employ in the name of entrepreneurship, because the most fixed sectors are not employing people well. B, we think in this instance that modern tech is replacing innovators. Agent I, for example, that is being done by Microsoft recently, has made individuals highly replaceable. You have people that can actually code very complex code, so it's unclear why individuals should go into companies when their role is going to be washed out eventually. We think on opening government, you choose something that allows you some level of job security where you are employed on your own terms. C, happiness. We think in this instance, the corporate world is a virus, Chair, that seeks to suck out any humanity and happiness that you eventually have in you. We say, as a graduate that has some sort of freedom up to recently, after you have termed for quite a while because of high unemployment rate, we think what eventually happens is you have to work a 9 to 5. I don't think we realize how violent 9 to 5s are. You no longer can't just decide to go rave with your friends. You can't decide to just go for a family gathering. You always have to check your calendar. What does the company need of me? Have I met my attendance quotas for meetings and whatnot? We think that this change is very violent. It allows individuals to not pursue whatever gave them happiness previously. And the worst part is you're not being paid enough to be happy. But even if you are, we think happiness is valuable independent of practical consideration. So on that scale alone, we think that individuals should choose the option that allows them to be happy, because capitalism in of itself consistently deprives people of the ability to be happy. Okay, I still have 37 seconds. Okay, so the corporate takes more time. In this instance, we say working in corporate companies where you're supposed to work a 9 to 5 or a 4-work day in Japan recently, we still think that that's a lot of time. We say tech development doesn't just happen overnight. You're going to dedicate months and years of your life to actually developing this technology. The worst part, intellectual property laws, Adika will discuss to you very briefly, are very things that these companies take very highly. Like Jack, for example, the developer of Twitter, was pushed out of the company eventually, despite the fact that the Twitter code is his. Or the M-Pesa guy, the mobile money app in Kenya, was pushed out of business. We think you spend so much time of your life making tech that eventually doesn't become yours. We think we need the freedom to solve issues that are desirable to you. Adika would extend. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech, Prime Minister. We now call on the Deputy Prime Minister to open the case for the opposition.
Okay, panel. Recognize that the debate clearly tells us that a tech university graduate would rather primarily focus their efforts on becoming entrepreneurs rather than going for a corporate job. What this clearly means is that the word primarily means that they should first have a focus, right? What this means is that coming out from their schools as graduates, they should focus on becoming entrepreneurs rather than going for a corporate job. Why? And we'll tell you why that is very problematic, right? Realize how the tech industry is growing rapidly due to things like people having like much experience within this particular thing, skills, financial stability, and all those things, right? What this means is that these graduates from these tech universities are trained with skills on things like Microsoft, on things like lab techs and all that, right? What this means is that graduates from the tech universities who move or go in for corporate jobs like building of softwares and all that, then use the skills that they learn from their universities into this particular work fields, right? What then happens is that since these corporate businesses have the finance and the tools to help these graduates work, they gain much more experience rather than what they experienced from when they were in school, right? What then happens is that the experience helps them to gain much more confidence in the field of their operation, right? This results in making them much better, right? The second thing is that the better that they become, the higher rankings that they get within these particular fields that they find themselves. The higher the rankings, the much better the payments they receive and the much better recognition that they receive. In that case, when these people want to venture into things like entrepreneurship, then they can finally venture into them because, one, they've gained much more skills. Two, they have experience within these particular skills. The third thing, they've improved on their skills to become much better on themselves, and they have the much enough funds to actually start up this particular entrepreneurship that these people tell you, right? Let's look at the life of a tech graduate, right? These people are people that, one, they do not have enough money or enough funds to actually start up these particular businesses that they tell you. I know that they'll come and preach on things like going for loans, right? But realize that on coming out from universities or things like this, when I have already told you how these people have not gained much experience within this field, right? Starting up a business with taking of this loan is one that is going to put them in a very tight corner. On the idea that this particular entrepreneur businesses can still fail them anyways, then what this then means is that when it fails, they have to find every means to actually pay out these loans, right? We do not want to put our graduates or our students into such tight positions, and that is what we do not buy, right? So these particular people should rather venture into like joining these particular corporate jobs rather than becoming entrepreneurs right from graduating, right? We are not against entrepreneurship, but the idea that the graduates should be prepared very well enough and have much more skills, have much more finance, build himself within these particular corporate jobs before becoming an entrepreneur is what we believe in, right? What is your POI? Okay, when I'm done with my speech, you understand how this particular tech or this particular corporate businesses help these particular people, right? So now, government comes to tell us on things like, oh, the corporate businesses will be under attack, telling us of things like TikTok, right? Recognize that TikTok did not just TikTok is not attacked like globally, right? What this means is that the US is scared of the idea that TikTok can sell their information to the Chinese government, and they claim that, oh, if that's the case, then they should sell TikTok to them, right? On the idea that TikTok agrees that it will be owned by the US, then on that front, we don't think that the banning of TikTok on 19th of January 2025 will even ever happen, right? So on that idea, we think it doesn't really even stand, right? And even if they say that, oh, and even if they also tell us that these tech companies takes a lot of time to rebuild, right? Recognize that it is same for entrepreneurship, right? So on the things that they tell you that, oh, these tech companies have like very very hard times in trying to build themselves. That is the same thing that happens with entrepreneurship. But what is better in joining these corporate businesses is that these businesses have already been established and they already exist in status quo, right? So joining them will help you build on your experience, will help you in all other fronts, right? But in now starting your own business as a graduate is one thing that we believe that is very problematic, right? So now why do we think that you shouldn't, you should rather become going for a corporate job, right? On things like, one, gaining experience and skills in these particular corporate skills or corporate jobs, right? The experience that the tech students get whilst in school is nothing close to when they start practicing the work itself, right? What this means is that things like internships, things like national service, don't give them that front for this exposure that like they get when they join these particular corporate jobs, right? This is true because during their internships or during things like national service, there are lots of them. So these particular business people do not have time to like actually train them and go and take them through, right? When they rather focus on being entrepreneurs, they have less skills to build, and because they are graduates or they just came out of school, right? This both tell us that, oh, they have to look at things within society, right? Even if you say society needs things like water, it takes me to my arguments on financial strain, right? So if society need things like water, and you actually need to help them build or get them this particular water, what this means is that you have to like have enough money or enough funds to actually create this particular thing. And we think that a graduate or someone who has just come out from like a tech school do not have that enough money to build themselves, right? On the idea of innovation, right, we think that that person can still be innovative whilst joining this particular corporate jobs, right? In the sense that over there they get more experience, they can decide to explore and move higher, right? But on the idea that you just try to become an entrepreneur and say you want to be innovative, we think that it's not really realistic, because these particular people, we've already shown you their nature, coming out from school, the stress, we've already shown you how they have to actually improve on their skills, we've already shown you how things like finances matter, right? So these are the reasons why we think that this particular thing should not even hold in today's debate. So we still stand our grounds that they should rather go in for corporate jobs rather than venturing into things like entrepreneurship right after being graduates. Proud.
Thank you very much for that speech. We call on the Deputy Prime Minister to close the case for the government.
Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think the problem with opening opposition is that their case off the bat starts on the assumption that you're going to get this source of employment. That ignores a lot of the analysis you get from Becky about the nature of the people walking into the industry today. A lot of people have probably graduated with computer science degrees and stuff like that. So the market is oversaturated. There's only a limited number of corporations that can employ these individuals. So a lot of work needs to be done to show that the average university student is probably going to get a job. We think it's more likely they get an entry-level job where they are paper pushing or doing horrible stuff within a particular corporation, meaning they never get to use the information that they've learned within the schools. All the skills that we get from like opening opposition are probably things that they don't get to do. We think this individual probably cares about being revolutionary. They care about creating a legacy. At the point where we're able to prove what they get within these spaces of employment are likely to be very low-level jobs, we think that's something that's bad. The second thing you need to note is that working part-time is not hard. I don't think within corporations as a tech individual, you're probably not doing much. You're probably operating, running a system or managing something. You can probably still do this part-time if indeed work experience is the most significant thing. If the only benefit you get from existing within spaces of employment is work experience, it's unclear to me why working a couple of hours like at a corporate would not give me the work experience they say you're probably going to get. So they need to explain why working 9 to 5 is the only way you're going to get that level of information. But precisely because entrepreneurship needs a lot more of your investment, you to acquire a lot more information and spend a lot more resources on it, it's exactly why we want to primarily focus on that, because it's something that's going to need you to churn a lot of effort into. They've considered that this means you'll probably be doing both, but that explains why specifically you need to focus a lot of your efforts within like this entrepreneurship as opposed to working part-time within a corporation, which they probably won't need you to do much. In terms of acquiring work experience, I don't think it's fair to say that our educational systems have not equipped this individual enough. I think they probably have. The examples they gave, things like institutions probably pushing for you to have internships while you're like within school, things like, you know, probably having like national service, things like the fact that social media is very prevalent. There's a lot of information on Google, online, on YouTube. There's so much about tech you can consume that's so easily accessible, especially as a student that's very passionate about this because this is what you chose to pursue. So it's not true that you will not get experience. We think you probably get that information. But another important thing to note is even if they say experience is exclusive to their side of the world, that experience is only valid valuable insofar as you can prove this person will exist within that position of employment, which we prove they will not, because it's not stable to exist within these spaces. These technologies change all the time. We have autonomous AI, like recently introduced. Like, it's very easy for you to lose your job because of how quickly tech is evolving. You working within a corporate under tech means you're controlling the technology. It's very easy for them to not need you. They suddenly use Excel sheets. They no longer need you to be inputting data for them. The comparative is instead creating technology, which I think is more stable, because you can easily evolve with technology as it's moving, as opposed to relying solely on controlling technology, which is something they can easily not need you to do. Even if they prove you'll get a job, you're very likely to lose it in the near future. That's bad for you because your standards of living suddenly drop because the corporate doesn't need you. First argument on creative freedom. We think this is significant to you because we think at the point where you chose technology as something to study, you're probably looking for something revolutionary, something that will allow you to create meaning and leave some level of legacy. This is hard to do within a corporation. First, because shareholders, like the company is probably beholden to shareholders. So all they care about is innovation that's going to be improving business. They probably don't care about any research that's going to be making the world better. They probably just care about you creating machines that are going to make their corporation, like, I guess, succeed more. That's probably true because they care about making money. So they're unlikely to pour money into research that could probably change the world because those things are expensive and those things take time. At the point where you're an individual that's chosen a very revolutionary field, we think this is something that's bad for you. But secondly, the company has its own mission and vision, meaning you're working towards someone goal that we don't think that's something you care about, especially in the day and age today where average, like, young individuals probably care about leaving a legacy. They care about having their own individualism imparted in the world. At the point where all you're doing is working towards like rich person's mission and vision, we think that's something that's bad because you never get to cement yourself in the world. We think that's bad. I think it's worse because of what you get from Becky in terms of like non-compete clauses. You spend a lot of effort and time developing technology that you'll never be able to develop outside of that corporate. And this is bad because you're young. When you're young, you're not sure where you want to cement yourself in the industry. So I'll probably be hopping from one job to another. If I develop tech in this one corporate and I can't move with it to another place, that's bad because you're young. You'll never like stick to that one job. I'm still trying to figure myself out, figure out where I want to work. This is a heightened risk at the point where this individual has just entered the job industry. Closing. Okay. Moving up to the top is bad because if they're going to say you're going to be getting a lot of money, it's unlikely you'll get it because we proved to you that you're likely to get an entry-level job. I'm so sorry. The second thing to note here is that you probably are going to like start at the very bottom. Getting to the top is hard. Like we already proved to you, this is very competitive. Like you're existing within a corporation. There's people that have probably existed for years and that are ranking to the top. So you never get to make meaningful amounts of money to the point where you have to show that this is the only way you can survive as an individual. This is bad because you'll never have the opportunity to make like large sums of money at the point where you're not existing at the top. But secondly, because you never get an opportunity to be part of the crucial decision making, the decisions on what technology we are going to innovate, what things we are going to choose to do as a company. You're probably just the guy fixing things at the back. We think that's bad. The comparative is better. You're able to make money from innovation, which is likely to happen because there's problems in the world all the time, or concedes. But secondly, you can even sell this technology to corporates. You're a lot more flexible. You're like directly involved within the technological space, constantly reading and consuming and updating yourself and your company. Second argument then, entrepreneurship is not that hard. We think you're able to like consume information, things like coding, technology, like all these things are very accessible online. You're probably a high-level intellectual. You chose like a tech field. You're probably doing math all day. So this is probably like something you probably have high-level thinking. But secondly, we tell you that you will have like a lot of money pouring in. There's a lot of big philanthropy, rich people wanting to look good and pouring money to help like younger kids. Things like venture capitalism that Becky tells you, people who focus on startups. So it's not true you'll not have money. But part-time work is also not like impossible. Like you could like I guess work at some corporate at night and use that money to make like the business you're starting up work a lot better. But you're innovating, you're making work easier. It's very easy to find problems within your community, within the world, things to make better. Becky tells you like tech companies are currently under attack, so there's a market gap. Like you find in France, the guy is arrested. TikTok is now having clapback. So this is an opportunity for you to focus on things like privacy and stuff like that. That's important. We're able to talk to you specifically about stability and money. This is the most important thing in the debate because it affects your life today, your ability to meet your basic needs, but also about creation and creativity, which allows you to live tomorrow, create a legacy. Closing has to show why our analysis was faulty to really extend on that.
Thank you very much for that speech.
correct and a self-corrective that solves that particular problem in of itself, because study have shown not all entrepreneurs, or like not anybody that actually venture in entrepreneurship becomes successful. That is to say, an individual who has graduated from school, who has like just 6 months of internship program, 1 year of national service, cannot be given 1 billion Ghana cedis to set up a tech industry. That be characterized and shows you how the tech and what the tech industry is actually about. The tech industry is about bringing of new ideas, innovative ideas, and machinery to solve problems in status quo, right? So if a student who Becky already tells you that these students choose when to go to class, the class to actually take is actually graduated from school, and you tell me to give that particular student the money to start up a tech industry, it means you are actually putting the whole world in like dismay, and this particular thing is actually not going to fly in today's debate. Dismay, and this particular thing is actually not going to fly in today's debate, right? What's your POI? We'll show you how entrepreneurship do not actually exist, and these particular things need experience that like Debbie tells you, and the building blocks of that. Every entrepreneur you know today is somebody that has actually gained experience in that particular field. A clear example, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. These particular people are people that actually went to school and entered into collective or like corporate bodies and gained that particular experience to build that Microsoft and Google you are using. These particular people actually have the knowledge and the incentives to actually get themselves like there. On the second thing of money, these corporate individuals or like these corporate companies pay their graduate students or like pay these students who have applied for this particular job. That is to say, before they venture into like any entrepreneur skill or any entrepreneur like company, these particular people are incentivized already. So even if there is a risk of like taking away their company, these particular people have the money to sustain themselves and like the people they actually live with, right? What again do you get from Becky? She tells you these particular people will get venture capitals. Like I've already shown you how this particular thing is actually not going to actually exist in today's, because no investor will come and invest in somebody who does not have any idea of the job or like what she's venturing into, right? Now, three reasons why they tell you people to actually move straight into like entrepreneurship. She tells you that the love of money, the love of innovation and problem solving. Realize that our world best solve like problems in status quo. Our world best give these graduates money, and our world best gives them the ideas to actually like bring about innovative skill. Why? Because if you're a graduate and you engage or like you apply for a corporate company, you gain experience and skill. That is why is this true? Three things. There is structured learning environment in this particular corporate company, because these particular people are individuals that are like very in-depth of like the type of technologies they put out there, because of one, the reputations of their name. Google will not go and employ, or Google will not have any structures that will actually like give you an arithmetic or a logic that will not actually build give them like proper feedbacks. They'll actually invest and get proper like companies or like proper individuals or proper apps to actually get their name out there, because the tech industry is actually something that is booming in our world, and people actually want the best, not just any. So the entrepreneur that is going to actually establish this particular tech company, what relevance does that particular person have in status quo? How is that particular person going to feed off? Because people are likely not to actually even want to go to his like law firm or like go to his tech firm or whatever you talk about, because nobody knows him, nobody like has any like track record of what he's doing, right? Two, on financial security, that David tells you that she tells you that there's reduced financial security or like there's reduced financial risks in our world, because these particular people already earn money, they know how to manage their money, and they know how to get money because of like the connections they've actually built in these particular institutions and like these corporate like bodies, right? These particular people have like interactions with big tech leaders, so the idea that when they actually put out good work, these particular people are actually going to get proper like exposures, because you can't just go and take anybody as your coding master in Microsoft. It actually not exist. They will take the people that actually have in-depth knowledge about it. So that is to say, if this particular person who has the in-depth knowledge working for Microsoft goes out of Microsoft, he has like every incentive to actually establish a company like Microsoft and compete with Microsoft and become big like Microsoft. So in that case, people actually have the chance to actually get proper employment, get like a long-term development like goals that this particular people talks about, right? And then they're taking on like high failure rates of like of startups in status quo, right? I give a graduate 6 billion to establish a coding company. This particular graduate went to class for 3 days, 2 weeks, had an internship for like 6 months, national service of 1 year. How then is this particular person going to be innovative enough and creative enough to actually create or like solve problems that actually exist in status quo? Debbie gives you a clear example of people like needing water. So in a community that actually need a borehole, and this particular community are deprived of having access to boreholes, and you come up about an idea of creating an electric borehole for this particular people, and this entrepreneur or like this young graduate who has graduated from school and everybody in the community knows him as a graduate, a computer science graduate, how then would this individual or like how then would the people in the community trust him to actually give them this particular job? It's not actually not going to happen. People are going to give it to companies that already exist, companies that have reputation, and companies that have track records. So in your world, you actually do not actually solve the unemployment rate. You actually bring about unemployment because these particular people do not have any choice than to actually go into entrepreneurship, and that will actually not fly, or that will actually not work out for them. But then, what do you get from us? We tell you that not every graduate is actually like supposed to venture into entrepreneurship because of two things: the specialized career goals, and actually like the different skill sets these particular people have. Some individuals or like some computer science students go personally for like to become experts in researches. So these particular people need their ideas to be transferred to like tech giants that will actually create and solve the problems in status quo. That don't necessarily means that because they need more money, they should venture into entrepreneurship and actually like make their ideas or like bring anything that they learned in school not into existence, because these particular people are likely not to thrive. Proud OO.
Thank you very much for that speech. We call on the member of government to open the case for closing government. Here. Ready when you are.
Sorry, just set up the timer.
Does it ring out?
I think so.
Can we use the timer, please?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's more efficient.
Thank you very much. No extra points for you, though. Okay, let's go.
I think a lot of this entire debate in opening half was concerning or fails to recognize the reality of matters in status quo, largely existing within a utopic world, especially in opening opposition, where they fail to recognize the realities of funding that exist within these particular entrepreneurial pursuits. The reason why this debate is particularly important and starts from CG is because we're going to characterize for you three things. I think A, what exactly a primary focus would look like. Secondly, what does a tech university graduate value to understand the import of this particular decision-making calculus? But even secondly, what exactly are the incentives of this individual in comparison with what their university education prepares them for? I think starting off right off the bat from the lens of what exactly the primary focus looks like, CG posits two things. I think firstly, it's about dedication of time and resources towards this particular cause. I think Becky is right when there is no specific obligation from Gov side to not be able to defend something like a partial gig, and that's what CG advocates for. We tell you that we are going to forego non-lucrative opportunities that don't pay well in favor of opportunities and experiences that offer the pursuit of innovation and growth and allow these individuals to be able to improve their skill set and grow exponentially within our particular calculus. This is simply because capitalism makes it incredibly difficult to have these particular resources that you actually need to be able to develop your innovation pursuits. This then means that you need this particular capital to be able to even afford risk in and of itself and to be able to fully conceptualize this kind of action. We then tell you that our world allows you to make choices that you are unhappy with in the short run, but in the long run have you have an opportunity that gives you a more meaningful life and has more ability to be able to create that level of sustenance and expression. We tell you sustainability only exists in CG world simply because even if these high-paying jobs are present, and OG already characterized to you why these things are not likely to be there, we tell you that these individuals do not derive meaning from these particular jobs, and this is why we offer the pursuit of entrepreneurship in and of itself. We tell you a tech graduate's premise for joining this industry was to become this social disruptor. It's become the next generation innovator. They show this in how they dress, how they solve problems, and how they carry themselves. They emanate and exude being different. This then means that the best thing that Op Counterfactual can offer them is a desk jockey for your corporate master, as you hear in OG. But then CG comes and tells you that we're going to prove the decision of foregoing these particular job prospects offers more utility for this particular graduate, and that's the crux of our extension. This is simply because our world recognizes that you're a creative. This then means that you have the freedom to innovate when you're offering this particular entrepreneurial pursuit, meaning that even in our worst case scenario, where you then fail as an innovator, you can then return to the corporate industry simply because you're then more marketable, because you've spent a lot of time in improving your skill set. But even more importantly, this particular entrepreneurial path then, since it was not rewarding to you, you can then still be able to achieve your vision of, improving your capital and incentives, meaning you're then more likely on our side to actually become that high-earning employee in that corporate sector in and of itself. On to the first question of what exactly then does a tech graduate value to understand the import of this particular decision. We agree with OG when they mention that these individuals are creatives and social disruptors. We then tell you from CG that these innovators prioritize problem solving in and of themselves. This world that is on Op Counterfactual does not even credit the innovations to these particular individuals. Notice that this person is intent on becoming the next Musk, the next Zuckerberg, which then means that they're interested in these particular innovations being accredited to them. In their world, the best thing that they can be able to offer is some sort of monetary reparation. But even then, this then ability of these persons to be able to recognize that these particular actions or this particular intellectual property belongs to them is something that is largely impeded. Meaning, cascading effect then is that all capital share that is attributed to this particular innovation is then something that cannot be attributed to this individual. They're earning just a minuscule of the fraction of what they could be able to earn from this particular revolutionary innovation that is in creating these people's, this company that exists on Op Counterfactual, the large success that is present there. But even more importantly, panel, notice, for a recent graduate to become particularly successful in the corporate field, it doesn't look like a 9-to-5 cycle. It probably looks like a 7-to-7, a 7-to-9, or as 8-to-8 cycle, meaning they're likely to deprive them of the time to be able to hone their craft simply because they're going to be focused on milking this particular individual for every bit of minutes, every bit of time that they have, simply because they believe that this is the pursuit of corporate excellence in and of itself. This then means these organizations are less likely to be experimental, less likely to take risks. The kind of jobs that you're being offered there are largely to be menial. But even more importantly, then panel, notice in an 8-to-8 kind of paradigm, your ability to research is largely hampered. This then means simply because the job takes a large chunk of your time, you're largely not in control of this particular time, simply because on your counterfactual on op side, your job description is clear. This then means you have less time to research. This then means you have less time to innovate. This then means your actualization is then increasingly stifled. CG then tells you this particular decision of foregoing these particular high-paying jobs and that kind of thing and opting for the entrepreneurial world maximizes the utility of these graduate skills simply because they are able to then prove that their utility can be maximized simply because you can be able to then to afford risk on our side. Notice, we agree with you that nobody is going to be able to take a chance on a first-time graduate. You must invest in yourself. You must use the capital that you've gathered from your part-time job to then invest in your particular innovation. The reason then why you're more likely to be successful, and this is why we win this debate, is simply because as a techie, first and foremost, you're more likely to maximize your innovation. Working part-time allows you to be able to solve problems while still improving your skill at this particular corporate gig. This then allows you to learn the challenges within the field and even recognize market gaps. Chair, this experience then allows you to enrich your innovation capacity that you get uniquely from CG, simply because A, you not only have the money to invest, but B, you also know where to invest in your particular hard-earned capital to be able to yield the most utility. But even secondly, panel will tell you, and this is unique from CG, most techies did not go to school for themselves. They sought to improve the lives of their dependents. This is largely because they believe they owe a duty of care to the people who are present and responsible for their education, allowing them to enter into this field. This is true for most third world graduates of this particular industry. This then means that in the short run, you have more money to improve the quality of life of these particular dependents, but even in the long run, you're able to have a more disruptive innovation, allowing you to be able to quickly acquire market dominance. This then means on the clash, short diagonal clash of financial security, you have the avenue to be able to earn big and create generational wealth in and of yourself. We then agree that there is some level of mitigation that is possible on CG's world, simply because we account for failure in our world, and you have the ability to be able to have a fallback plan in your corporate gig. CG.
Thank you very much for that speech from the member of government. We call on the member of opposition for their speech. Thank you.
Sorry, Becky, for not taking it. I thought I was, oh, sorry. But, yep. Sorry. Sorry. All right, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. All right. 3, 2, 1. So I'll start by engaging the comparative we get from government benches. This idea of being part-time corporation, part-time startup. This is why it's unlikely going to succeed, right? Because most startup need a lot of time for you to invest in order for it to succeed, right? The time for creation, the time for marketing, time for all creating the connection and investment you need in order to grow this sort of, I think, startup, right? So essentially it means that most of their arguments are contingent on this startup succeeding, and these are the reasons require them to succeed, because you need a lot of time to invest in it. That's why you only know about Bill Gates, you only know about like this guy, Jeff Bezos, Facebook, because they had to quit university in order to invest in those companies in order for them to succeed. So I don't know how they're going to manage it. I don't think they succeed. So engaging OG before I extend. So OG says that the tech world is very unstable and there are a lot of laws that could lead to your corporations being banned. That essentially that you're going to get fired, because it means that, yeah, AIs are going to replace you, corporations don't care about you. But I don't think they understand that this individual is a tech entrepreneur, right? So they graduated from these universities, right? So they studied these things. So essentially it means the kind of innovation they're going to do is likely going to be in this industry. I don't know why they claim they're going to succeed, given they still exist within the same industry. So they don't mechanize why they're likely going to succeed. We tell you like 99% of startups fail, even before their birth date. That is because the competitiveness of these industries. I don't think there are makes from government to prove that that is the case. We think this is going to be a stress for this individual. We prefer corporation employment, right? I think the second problem with OG's case, they claim that in this corporation, you're likely going to be paper pushing. In the same argument, they say that you're going to be overloaded with work and all these things. I think this is inconsistent, because if you're an employee that is not relevant to the corporation, they don't really care about you. You're given like the least sort of important roles within the company, right? So essentially it means the idea that you're going to be stressed in this corporation and not something that is likely going to be true, because I think secondly, most of these corporations care about public image, right? I think the reason why Google has the best employment in the world, essentially because they care about what people think about them. They care about consumers, and any negative thought about these corporations, I essentially think that create negative image for these businesses, because the consumption of the public is contingent on how they feel about your industry. I think you should look at what Bright Light is doing right now. Look at Jaga, why they're failing right now, because of the idea that the population has a negative image of them, right? So I don't think exploiting, and I think, let's say, causing a lot of harm to employees would be something that is essentially good for these companies. So I think I'll engage two things in the extension, right? So first of all, let me characterize this individual, right? So you are a graduate. Essentially means you don't have money. You're fresh out of university. Most likely you borrowed a lot of money in order to pay for your institution, right? That is how you actually get educated in most cases. So it means you have a lot of debt. Secondly, your social cycle is very limited. So essentially you have friends and family and your classmates. I think those are the most approximate people to you. So it means in order for you to succeed in business, you need to know a lot of people that would consume from you. I don't think your parents, I don't think your relatives, I don't think your classmates are sort of the target market that is going to allow you to succeed. So it means the chances of success on government is incredibly very low, so I don't think they succeed. So why do we think then success is better on our side of the house? Yeah, take that POI. Beck. Yeah, I'm going to engage that. So why do you think it's better on our side of the house? One, we think it's dependent on your skill, right? Even if there are thousands of people that graduate out of university, we think it's still within the sphere of influence you have, because it depends on the amount of time you invest in skilling yourself. Everyone is fresh out of university. It's about the additional skills you add to yourself that makes yourself valuable to corporations. We think that essentially means that this individual is aware of the corporation. This individual is aware of the numbers of people that get out of university, right? So essentially you know the level of competition that exists. In most cases, like they say, you have a lot of YouTube, you have a lot of social media, so meaning there's a lot of skills that exist online. So to make yourself valuable, we think this individual will know that to add to the degree I have, these are things I need to engage in to make myself valuable. That means you stand up above the sort of the average and individual that could be getting into employment. So we think this individual is able to overcome that sort of competition that exists if they are aware, because this we think is still within the sphere of their influence to be able to be valuable for corporations at the end of the day, right? Secondly, we think there's ability for you to opt out. It is easier for you to leave a job that you don't like, but a corporation that you start, a startup that you start, it's because you started it, it's your idea, you value it very much, so it's more likely going to be more stressful because you don't want to leave the idea that you started. The investment you make to this idea, it essentially means that, as OG tells you that because these corporations are going to exploit you, the time and all that, they say when you start up an entrepreneurship sort of business, you're going to have a lot of time. We think this is the biggest fallacy in this debate. People like Elon Musk, people like Jeff Bezos, these are people who claim to sleep for 4 hours because essentially startups are demanding, these are the infant stages of the corporation that needs a lot of your time to be able to ensure that it succeeds. The amount of detail and investment you need is much more than you do for a corporation. We think if you work for a corporation and you feel they're exploiting you, I think there are lots of options that exist under the status quo that you could pursue. That is not possible because you started this business. So it means the sunk cost fallacy is what's working here, because you're likely to invest more time in, you're likely not to leave something you're investing more time because you feel the idea is yours, you feel the time you've given to it, you feel that it's your heart that is going to be lost because people will view you as a failure because the amount of investment you've made for this startup. So you're likely going to be more stressed on their side. Becky?
You cannot just claim that because you started it, you can't abandon it. Many startups like PayPal were eventually sold off. You cannot claim that because
like you put it, idea is that you like this company, you value the idea, you think it's your heart, right? It's very hard for you to leave it. You most likely leave it because you're failing to run it. The financial cost that is needed for you to run it, that is essentially what makes it impossible for you to leave. You leave necessarily because you're forced, not because you want to. That is the problem that happened your side of house. We think lastly, why is the probability of success very low on their side of house? Because you need a brilliant idea that stands out from the market. We think there are monopolies that have monopolized market right now. I don't think their startup is going to stand out in order to attract the kind of market they need. They say innovation exists, and most of the innovation are arriving from big corporations that have monopolies here. I don't know why they're going to be unique. I don't think they succeed. Loans are a lot more stress because it's contingent on this corporation succeeding. I don't think they prove that their startup will succeed, right? Then not being able to beat the corporation is what they had to prove in this debate, which is something they do not prove. Why? Because you need to ensure that you are better than what exists within the market right now. I don't think government does that. You don't succeed. Very proud to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. We call on the government whip to close the case for the government bench. Here. It's not a written debate. Thank you very much, man of God.
Anyways. Media, if you want to, excuse, media. Hi, if you want to correct, please correct now before I start, because I'm seeing it's hanging. Yeah, no, I'm being for real. Yeah. I don't want what happened to Becky, guys.
You want to work on it now because once it starts, it can't stop.
And people need to watch this one.
Is it streaming right now?
Yeah, it is. There are people who are actually watching. My mother. Yeah.
God is watching you too. Is that okay? Can we start now?
Ah, okay.
Okay.
All right. So, for the sake of fairness and equitability, I will take both opening and closing oppositions POIs. Vincent, take note. That's how you, please. All right. Without further ado, I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Dominic, would you rather be a tech support person whose everyday life is to look at my computer because I've watched too much porn and it's hanging, and that's all my degree has been reduced to? Or your job is in the very least having the opportunity to maintain someone else's servers and never build your own innovation? Because that's the world where these guys give you. They ideally reduce you to a slave and not an innovator. You become a creature of habit, not a creator of habit. And that's the thing you need to note, as the op comparative cannot stand in this debate. This is what they say. Best case scenario, assume it works. You work, you earn money, you get paid, you achieve ideally financial security. What they don't tell you is how long you have to work, how little you get paid, and how soon you'll achieve the financial security. But let's engage them. This is how it is on their world, and the harms that exist in their world, and the biggest harm is they limit your utility. Before you get the job, even in corporate, you'll have to do even an internship, probably for 1 year, which means your 1 year is wasted. Secondly, at the point where you're getting absorbed, you're given menial salary, which means this is money that's probably even taxed, which, notice by the way, reduces your spending habit, and you're already in debt. So you need that ability to be mobile, to innovate, and to also have as many opportunities to earn money as possible. This ties you down. Notice that's why Jeff tells you a part-time job is the thing that you need to prioritize over everything else that exists within the society itself. Here is why, and here's why we beat everyone in the debate. Let's start with OG. OG says you get investors, they'll invest in tech. That's Becky. Michelle comes and says you get investors who will not invest in you, but you take a part-time job. I don't think you can sort of run both, because the way Becky characterized the debate, it's like you're foregoing the job in itself to pursue full-on innovation, which means you're the garage dog who stays with his mom's in his mom's apartment to sort of try and get the job. But notice, even if we take the case at its best, taking their arguments the way they said, it is unlikely that you get investors. The only investor you can guarantee is yourself. That's why, Dominic, you came to PAUDC, because the only person you can guarantee to have the skill set to better you as an individual is yourself. The reason why we buy this and over anything else is very simple. Notice, it is unlikely that someone will take a risk and give you hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's ideally why we think a part-time job is better, because you're even able to mitigate harms in the very least. Notice, if you don't work at least full-time, you can at least afford the basic amenities if you work part-time. And notice, there's no limitation as to how many part-time jobs you can take, which means even the financial security OP is trying to tell you can even still be achieved on our world at the point where you are actually innovative enough to get as many jobs as possible. And this is more likely. But the reason why we also beat out OP as a whole is they can't guarantee the jobs. There's a certain disproportionality that exists between the rate of graduates and the rate of employees. Notice, even in America, they were only able to create very few jobs during the Biden era. That's why he was voted out. Despite the fact that there's a booming economy, employers will still not have value for you because it's a tech field. Why is this the case? They're innovating things to get rid of you every single day, which means that you can't guarantee a tech job in the world that opposition sort of paints to you. But notice as well, even at a point where you're guaranteed this job, it will not be handed to you because you don't prove that this innovator or this tech company will pick you at first instance. With the competition that exists within the job sphere, with the hundreds of thousands of graduates that are churned out every year, what then means that it will pick you, Alexandra, as the first pick to join Microsoft? They don't prove that it is likely, which that means you're more likely to fail in their world. You won't achieve that financial security. Why is this the case? It's because everyone is sort of trying to fight for that financial security you're trying to achieve. But anyways, let me engage a couple of things, just a second. Notice as well, they tell you that at this point, there's a certain stability that your employer cares, and this is why OO is out. They're very utopic, by the way. They think we're singing Kumbaya like a Disney film. Notice, there's no stability that is guaranteed. Your employer does not care what you do with your paycheck once they pay you. So no one is going to give you mentorship. Intuition pump for this. Once you're at PAUDC, people do not come giving you advice on how to debate, and that's ideally the reality of things. So even in the workspace, once you've been employed, what you do with your money and what you do after hours is not our thing. So it's unlikely why that skill set will be there. So the distinction that we have of a part-time job guarantees three things, but before that, let me take opening. Here's why. At the point where you have something of value, because notice what we tell you is you're investing in a prototype. That is why we're going for the part-time job. Because notice, OG's case works only at the point whereby you have something tangible. You have a prototype. This is the tech field. For me to prove that I'm an innovator in AI, I need to come up with something that is AI related or a better working AI. This costs money, and that's what Jeff tells you. We'll have to do things we don't like for a period of time in order to achieve what we actually want. And I think this is far much better. I think the concession we were also willing to make is very simple. It's not a permanent deal. We'd only go back if it fails, and that's the thing that people don't realize. You'd only go back if it fails. But I think the reversibility is something that they don't understand, that at least in the very least you can reverse the recourse. After you primarily search for this thing and you've gotten part-time jobs, you're able to have a prototype. You can reverse this recourse. If you feel like you don't want that, it's okay. But before I engage CEO, shoot. Here's the thing, we don't care how long it takes. No one innovates anything new at first. Facebook was not built in a day, but Facebook was built through Zuckerberg's resources. Bill Gates himself worked at IBM before Microsoft, proving that the only person you can guarantee to bet on you is yourself. So we are willing to take the bullet and bite it and say we will work as long as we achieve our pursuit of happiness. Our meaning is what we are trying to achieve in this debate. The only way you do this is through the part-time route that we're talking about here. But there's also a deadlock as to how you can guarantee the success. Who then best guarantees success for the graduate? We have a tried and tested method. Intuition pump for this. If today you want to be a chemist, you invest in your education, you learn more chemistry, which then means you're investing in yourself. But we think we have more room and more flexibility to ideally shift and ideally do as many risky things as possible. The affordability of risk is something that no one guarantees. We think even the more risk you can afford, the more risks you can take, which increases your chances of success. In general, this is something that these guys cannot afford. It becomes extremely difficult for them. But notice, even if even if we lose this debate, opposition cannot rank above us. Here's why. They tie you down at a point where they know they can take away your choice to make innovations. They force you to submit the innovations, the little innovation that you have, to the company that is employing you. And most importantly, at a point whereby you actively try to make something out of your meaningful life, there's no guarantee because the meaning will be dead. You can't work an 8 to 8 and expect you to have time for yourself. We think you need to prioritize yourself, you need to prioritize your future. Part-time it is, CG wins the debate.
All right. I'm too tall. I feel this is going to make me uncomfortable, but let me try. Okay. Not yet. Okay, so for the long diagonal engagement, I think I'm going to be preferring OG. But CG, sure, if you have a POI, you can also shoot. Okay, so I think I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. So Chair, 3 things that you need to consider when basically analyzing what informs the incentives of this tech graduate. First is understand that we coincide with government when they say that they have an ambition to basically innovate something new, but then secondly, they have the pressure to basically deliver for the people that they hold dear to them, just like CG says. But then secondly, understand that we need to appreciate the capacity of these tech graduates to be able to succeed in this particular market. That necessarily means all the arguments that you get from side government is contingent on whether these guys are able to succeed in the market at all. But then fourthly, understand that we need to value the opportunity cost at the end of the day. So I'm going to begin with the case of CG in tonight's debate. CG basically tells you 2 things. That one, we need to maximize their innovation and basically understand the idea of depriving them of the time and the effort to basically appreciate their craft. Vincent already tells you that these people do not have very much of a task within these particular corporations, right? Simply because they are new in the industry, that necessarily means there's not a lot of demand that is placed onto them. That necessarily means they have all the time and the ability to research and basically to do all the things that is able to make them actually appreciate their craft. But then secondly, panel, understand that the extent of this argument is basically premised on 2 things. First is the success of this business, but then secondly, the ability as an entrepreneur for you to be able to own your innovation, right? Firstly, Vincent already tells you that this business is not going to be able to succeed because of the many reasons you've been able to show you. That necessarily means the argument falls because they're not able to show you that there is a guarantee of success of this particular business. But then secondly, you're not able to maintain control over your product when you give a venture capitalist shares of your business at the end of the day. I think I'm going to expand this more when I'm telling you why Vincent's case wins tonight's debate. But then thirdly, it necessarily means you are more hurt when you lose your idea to a venture capitalist after spending a lot of time crafting this particular idea. I will also extend on this more when I'm telling you why Vincent's case wins tonight's debate. The second thing that you get from side closing government is to say that, look, we think these people value the lives of their dependents, right? But then secondly, they need to develop some sort of generational wealth. Panel note that this argument is conditioned on the ability to capture market in the short run, right? That necessarily means for you to be able to get money to be able to sustain the lives of your dependents and stuff like that, you need to be able to make money in the short run. Because these guys paid you in school, that necessarily means at the end of the day, they expect you to deliver for them. Vincent's analysis shows you that it's highly unlikely that these guys are going to succeed in the market, but even if they do, they're going to succeed in the very long run, right? We think this does not yield to the lives of the dependents, because what these people normally want is some sort of urgency and short-term gain at the end of the day. And that's why we think that their case on being able to support their dependents fail, because they're not able to guarantee sustainability of the market, but then secondly, they're not able to guarantee the success of this business at the end of the day. But first understand why Vincent's case wins tonight's debate, because he analyzes for you that there is zero probability of success of these particular businesses. 4 things that Vincent tells you. One, he tells you that one, as a tech university graduate, it necessarily means for you to pursue an entrepreneurship, there is a high improbability of success. This is basically true because of 4 reasons. One, Vincent tells you that startup requires huge investment in terms of startup capital, which these graduates normally don't have at the end of the day, right? But then secondly, Vincent tells you that the average tech graduate is fresh and does not have a lot of money. But then secondly, understand that startups require very huge investments, right? That necessarily means you have to have a business premise and you have to have a lot of equipment, which this tech graduate does not normally have at the end of the day. This all shows reasons as to why this business is likely going to fail. But then secondly, even if you opt for debt financing, just like opening government tells you, this is bad because of 2 reasons, right? One, as a startup with no credit rating, you probably don't even have assets that you can use to get the credit that you want at the end of the day. Necessarily because you don't have any credit rating, but then secondly, you don't have security to actually give for this particular credit. It means you're highly unlikely going to get this credit at all. That necessarily means your business is not going to succeed. But in any case, even if they do, they get caught into a debt trap, right? That necessarily means they end up falling into a trap where they don't pay this money that is owed to them, and they end up losing their assets in the long run. We think this is actually still bad for these particular businesses. But then secondly, even if you opt for the option that opening government brings to you in tonight's debate, they say that you can actually go for equity financing, right? That necessarily means you can call on investors. We think that this is actually very bad, because if government team cares a lot about innovation and about ownership and security of this innovation, what investors actually do is they give you money in exchange for majority shares in your particular company. The impact of this is that it dilutes your ownership of your particular company and hence your innovation with it. The impact of this is that when your ownership of this particular company gets diluted, you don't have absolute autonomy on how to deal with your particular innovation in and of itself. We think that when this happens, you necessarily end up losing your innovation at the end of the day. You end up losing your business idea. Panel, understand that when Nikola Tesla basically invented DC, he sold equity shares to JP Morgan, who started to call all the shots on how to use DC. We think at the end of the day, if all this happens, you end up losing your innovation as a tech graduate. And if these guys care a lot about craftsmanship, about innovation, the idea of equity financing actually dilutes your ownership of your particular innovation. The impact of this is that when this analysis actually mitigates OG arguments of better self-actualization, and it also mitigates the idea of creative freedom within this particular debate. But then panel, understand that there are other reasons as to why, but before I proceed, I think I'll take OG. Exactly, and that's why we're basically proceeding. The analysis here is to say that when you work with corporate industries and you gain a corporate job, you're able to actually derive some sort of income, and in the long run you can be able to transition at the end of the day when you have enough money to be able to buy more controls and to be able to sustain control of your particular business. And this is why we think that our side is actually better in tonight's debate. But then secondly, understand that why do we think then the primary focus should be on corporate jobs? OO does a good job in telling you why you gain experience. Vincent tells you that you actually need to gain more social capital in our field, right? The argument is important because as a tech developer and a potential entrepreneur, one, you need a lot of clientele. And we think with the engagement that you get with these particular corporate jobs, you're necessarily able to interact with their clients. And we think these are people that you can be able to work with. The response that you get from side opening government is to say that, oh, we have a lot of competition clauses. We think this does not happen because of 2 things. One, we think these non-competition clauses are basically not infinite. In 5 years, in 3 years, they expire. That necessarily means you have the freedom to actually work with your idea. But then secondly, it's only limited to direct competition. in my last 15 seconds, we think we're able to derive for you more benefits because on our side of the debate, you don't have the possibility of failing and then also frustrating your idea by ending it getting upsold to venture capitalists. But secondly, on our side of the debate, you gain clientele and basically more resources to be able to start up when you choose to. Proud to oppose.
unanimous results. Results. In first position, we have OG. In second, we have CO. In third, we have CG. And in fourth, we have OO. Justifications. OO tells us that OO brings about 4 burdens to this debate. They say, imagine you are someone that just graduates from school. What are the most important things for you? And they mentioned all their points kind of like coalesce into like 4 major pillars. The first one was stability. That's where they do the analysis on volatility and the volatility of the tech job itself and the volatility of the requirements that change in tech frequently. The second one is money. Which one is much more likely to like give you some satisfaction now while also preparing for long-term satisfaction? The third one is happiness. Which one gives you more fulfillment today? And then the fourth one is creativity, the place of your work in the world and your ability to exert your individuality in the world, right? We felt like those 4 things that they mentioned were survived all through to the end of the debate. And the debate largely went on how all those things were engaged. Now, the fact that they mentioned all those 4 pillars does not mean that they won on every 4 pillars, but it just means that they gave sufficient analysis on each one that at the end of the day, after everything that happens, we felt that their case goes up. So we're going to do the openings first, the closings second, then the diagonals. And then if you want any personal feedback, clarification, you can meet me. Like I said, it was a tight room, so a lot of these things would have gone anyway. So the openings, right? So from the PM, we get a number of things. She tells you that you are prepared for innovation in school, so you know what to do, you know how to go about it, or at least you have the basic skills that you need to like go about your innovation. She also tells you that after being prepared in school, the world exists in such a way that there are now tools available for you to likely be successful. She mentions investments that go out to people, and she also mentions, sorry, I hope I'm not misgendering you. I didn't ask, so sorry. And then she also mentions about low interest loans, right? Then she goes and tells you, about stability. She tells you that you have more freedom when you work on your business, and then you have more power and autonomy. That's a bit of my summarization, not exactly how it works. And then she goes down, she tells you that, you're also able to like get investors. So outside all these things, you're also able to like enlist outside help in pursuit of your vision. So outside all these things, you're also able to pursue help in pursuit of your vision. And then she tells you, she now moves to volatility. She tells you that modern tech is replacing innovators, but 2, is evolving rapidly, which means you get into a corporate job, the requirements of that job might change so fast tomorrow that you are out of a job before you even know Accra Benson, right? So it's pretty much paraphrasing of her point. Then she goes on and tells you happiness. Having more control and more flexibility in your life means that you get to derive a lot more from life. We get a very, very strong engagement from that from CO, but I'll analyze how we'll view those things at the end of the day. From the DPM, we get a couple of things, right? Pretty much engagements. One, on how you are not guaranteed a corporate job and all. And then a couple of other things that she said to engage on the matter we got from OO. So what did we get from OO? From the leader of opposition, the core thing we got was that you need experience to be able to have a chance at success, and working in a structured environment, in a way he put it, the deputy leader of opposition, guarantees that kind of experience. And then when you've gotten that experience, you are able to like succeed, right? They also said that in corporate businesses, there are lower risks of entry, paraphrasing again, and focusing on being entrepreneurs means that they might actually have less skills that they need to like succeed in a real world. So how did we clash what you brought to the table versus what they brought to the table? A couple of things. First of all, we felt that your point on experience was very, very important, but it was sufficiently addressed by the Deputy Prime Minister, right? When she talks about, you get some experience in school. So I don't think that completely takes out the entirety of the point, but she sufficiently undermines it such that your core argument in that line no longer stands in the face of what they brought. So she tells you, you get experience in school when you go on internships, but you also get experience post-school when you do things like national service in Ghana, NYC in Nigeria, right? All those things tend to like give you like the experience you say you need to like run a business. So after roughly 2 years of working, you should have sufficient experience to like start. While I agree with you that working gives like a type of experience that makes sure that you are more able to succeed in the long run, and that the longer you work, the more of that experience you get, I think her response to that sufficiently undermines that point, that in the absence of any other major contribution in that particular opening round, it becomes hard to credit you with that, especially in the light of the 4 things that they brought, which you did not respond to 2 of them. You didn't respond to the point on creativity, you didn't respond to the point of happiness. We noted that from the panel. Now, getting to closing. Why CO over CG? In a lot of ways, I felt like CG's case very, very good. They run a lot of analytical extensions on what their opening does, right? And they analyze those things in different ways that brought new perspective to the debates. But seeing the breadth and width of what OG covered and your inability to like bring something that sufficiently differentiates from what they covered, we felt it was not, what word should I use here? Yeah, we felt it was not fair to credit you with a win over a closing that does exactly that, right? So from closing opposition, you get 2 things. They engage on OG's case, which implicitly means that they also engage your analysis of their case, but they're also able to like proffer 3-4 new extensions that dramatically introduced a new paradigm to the debates. CO tells you a number of things. They tell you that skills, building skills drive value. And if you build your skills, you increase your value. If you increase your value, then you are more likely to like negotiate for better working conditions or whatever it is that you want within a sphere of a corporate world. I felt like that was like something that was sufficiently new to the debates that was not brought up on any of the other sides. And it was also very, very important because they now turn the point around and they tell you that you have a lot of control in the way that you are perceived in the corporate world, which is contrary to what OG tries to tell you when they say that, oh, when you enter the corporate world, it's a rat race, you don't have a lot of control. They tell you that with building more skills, you're able to like control your perception and how you develop. They also tell you that you have the ability to opt out, right? That if you start a job, you don't like a job, you can opt out of the job. I felt like that point was slightly undermined by her point on NDS. Oh, okay, if you opt out of the job, you cannot get a job from a competitor in the same industry. That kind of like makes it hard for you to like opt out, but it doesn't necessarily take out the case, especially after the whip comes and further analyzes and tells you that, oh, the opt out is not as easy as in a company, right? When you're opting out from here, is, oh, switch a job, lose a job, get a new one. When you're opting out from a company, is, oh, I'm going to lose my time, my investment, and all the time I've put into here. So it's a lot more personal to like opt out from there. So I felt like that was a really, really important point, and I credited them with it, right? And they also tell you that starting a company is very, very risky. That you need to stand out to win. And for you to stand out to win in a space that has a lot of monopolies and a lot of big companies that have more funding than you, more people than you, more resources than you, it makes it incredibly difficult to win. So difficult, in fact, that 99% of startups fail. I also felt like that was very, very new, important contribution to this debate, and it was an important contribution to this debate, and it was very, very relevant to the talk. Now, to the bane of contention, right? On the diagonal, why did we place OG over CO? Very, very close call, right? I think very, very close call, like I said. But at the end of the day, for the judges, for us, it was thinking about yourself as a person in the motion who covers the most ground in how I would think about my life. If I was just someone coming out of tech, right? Who offers me the most comprehensive framework to think about whether to go into entrepreneurship or to go into corporate world. While CO presents really strong arguments on why you should go into corporate world, I think OG does a very, very good work of like giving you a much more complete template and also analyzing on each of those levels why you should choose entrepreneurship. You have 3 very good extensions, but they come and tell you that, oh, if I'm coming out of school, 4 things are important to me: happiness, my ability to create, my happiness, my ability to create, my stability, and my money. And on each of those things, from both speakers, we got sufficient analysis. Some of those analysis may not stand to the rebuttals or the responses we got from CO, especially the whip, but they still cover much more ground that if I was that person and I'm thinking about my life in that manner, I was thinking, whose framework am I going to use to approach with much more confidence? And at the end of the day, it's who was able to think about the most things and cover the most ground. At the end of the day, simply that, right? And we, on the panel, felt like OG did that better than you did. At the end of the day, someone has to win. So that is my feedback. If you want personal feedback, you can meet me here or anytime. I'm going to be with this sheet till the end of the tournament, so you can meet me at any time from now till the end of the tournament. And I'm happy to also go further on any of the things you missed. If you think I missed anything, happy to take your own feedback on my adjudication as well. Thank you very much. See you next time.